Good morning. This meeting will come to order. Banging my gavel. Public meeting of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, and I'd like to welcome members of the public, market participants, and members of the media who are observing today. Also pleased to be joined by my colleagues, Commissioner Johnson, Goldsmith Romero, Mersinger, and Pham. And in keeping with CFTC tradition, we're gonna ask everyone to rise, recite the Pledge of Allegiance, and anyone is welcome to join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Just a little bit of housekeeping. We have a big day. We have 4 matters to consider, 1 final, 3 proposed. It's going to take us approximately to about 2:30. And just for everyone's notice, we have 2 recesses planned in between a few of the rulemakings. So 1 later this morning and then 1 in the early afternoon. So that's what we have ahead of us. And now we'll move to opening statements. I will go first, and then we'll go in order of seniority. Today, the Commission will consider 4 matters, 1 final rule, 2 notices of proposed rulemaking, and 1 proposed order and request for comment. And we continue to work through the aggressive agenda, I laid out in early February. By August, my hope is that the Commission will consider another 9 additional matters, including rule and other proposals addressing enhanced customer protections, promoting efficiency and innovation in the CEF and ETF spaces, and regarding swap trading documentation. Also codifying certain no-action positions relating to swap dealer external business conduct standards, and cleaning up some matters regarding rule and product filing requirements. We'll also consider the finalization of last year's proposal to amend certain reporting and information regulations applicable to derivatives clearing organizations. And if finalized, these amendments would, among other things, update information requirements associated with commingling customer funds and positions in futures and swaps in the same account. Before we hit the end of the fiscal year in September, the Commission will consider at least another half-dozen proposals and host events aimed at further engaging stakeholders and the general public on issues facing every sector of our jurisdictional markets and beyond. I anticipate that we'll reach some conclusions on comparability determinations for swap dealers and continue to contemplate global strategies for crypto, carbon, and continuity of market operations. While I will share additional remarks on each in greater detail following the staff presentations, before we get too deep in the weeds, I want to take a moment and hone in on the significance of what we are seeking to accomplish today. Half of today's agenda is dedicated to DCOs, derivatives clearing organizations. As a fundamental pillar of global financial reform efforts and our most universally effective tool in the toolbox, central clearing reduces risks, fosters resiliency, and builds continuity and confidence in financial markets. The global implementation of the central clearing mandate has produced a significant demand for clearing services and a substantial increase in overall clearing volumes in the swaps market. However, clearing is not without risk. Policymakers, both bank and market regulators, must take the necessary steps to ensure that clearinghouses are not simply commercially viable, but can continue to operate and provide critical services as expected, even in times of extreme market stress. So looking forward to today's discussion. Certainly welcome comments and questions from my colleagues and the presentations from staff. I'm going to now turn to Commissioner Johnson for her opening remarks.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to everyone joining us in person or virtually. Today we'll consider a final rule on governance requirements for derivatives clearing organizations, 2 proposed rules on derivatives clearing organizations recovery and orderly wind down plans, and amendments to Part 17, large trader reporting requirements, and a proposed order or request for comments on EU non-bank swap dealer capital comparability determinations. As the chair noted, I will as well share my remarks on the respective proposals in greater detail following staff presentations. I also want to express gratitude to the Division of Clearing and Risk, the Division of Market Oversight, and Market Participants Division for your tremendous efforts moving forward the proposed and final rules that we'll consider today. I also want to thank my staff, Adrian Anderson, Bruce Feckrat, and Matt Rowland for their tremendous assistance preparing for today's meeting. The final proposed rules on the agenda for our meeting today illustrate two pillars that frame CFTC market regulation and secure the foundation of market integrity against the threat of systemic risks. These two pillars are governance and risk management. As is often true, an illustration may prove useful. Consider the following: Succession, Hunger Games, and Game of Thrones. A recent television series launched in 2018 by HBO and innocently titled Succession follows the story of an imperial CEO, Logan Roy, and his three adult children, each seeking to be named successor of the family's television and media enterprise. While an exaggerated expression of the age-old issue of succession, an issue that may pose a challenge for even the most important and storied businesses in our nation, the series indisputably illustrates the exceptional importance of effective corporate governance and risk management mechanisms. As a former associate at a large law firm in New York City that supported a mergers and acquisitions practice, I am able to attest that certain elements of the storyline, while some were less likely, others are more common and significant during significant moments in the life of a high-performing business. Fashioned as a Hunger Games-styled contest in New York City, competition among Kendall, Shiv, and Roy Roman fluctuated from mere sibling rivalry to a scene reminiscent of Gladiator. Think Russell Crowe meets Joaquin Phoenix, or Game of Thrones, or maybe even House of Dragons. While the battle among the Roy family yields exceptional entertainment, it also reveals truths well established by our experience as market regulators for almost half a century and decades of academic study. If you are among those too erudite or professional to follow a television series, allow me to state the issues differently. For my entire professional career, as a business person, a lawyer, and an academic, I've continuously championed regulatory efforts to reinforce these two pillars, governance and risk management. Working in tandem, governance and risk management protect the most vulnerable customers in our market, ensure the safety, soundness, resilience, and orderly recovery of the largest and most sophisticated market participants. Governance and risk management support orderly, fair, and transparent markets and aid the Commission's effort to identify and address foreseeable concerns that almost inevitably plague most businesses. Macroeconomic conditions and inflationary pressure demonstrate the significant need for timely development, refining, and implementation of well-tailored, thoughtful governance and risk management rules. Beyond the rules considered today, my office is working intimately with the Commission staff and my fellow commissioners to advance conflicts of interest and cybersecurity rulemakings, as well as better tailored risk management regulations for swap dealers and futures commission merchants, including potential amendments to the risk management program requirements in CFTC Regulations 23.600 and 1.11. I believe the Commission's recent advance notice of proposed rulemaking and request for comment offer vital insights for refining these regulations, including thoughtful analyses on best practices and regulatory approaches for addressing cyber risks rising from the adoption of or adaptation to increasing dependence on technology and reliance on critical third and fourth party service providers. Further, in a recent statement, I encourage the critical efforts outlined in a timely advisory released by the Director of the Division of Clearing and Risk on behalf of the Commission that presents a path to address the need for clear and effective regulation, particularly for non-intermediated DCOs. It ensures that the same risks are subject to the same rules. In particular, I have and will continue to advocate for the introduction of segregation of customer funds or separation of customer property regulation for those DCOs that adopt this market structure. I'll also advocate for conflicts of interest regulation. I'm hopeful that the Commission will also carefully explore the implications of vertical integration, particularly in areas characterized by new or evolving market structures. The rulemaking efforts that the Commission undertakes today reflect several years of multifaceted, multi-stakeholder dialogues across industries and jurisdictions to refine and enhance governance and risk management rules that protect customers by preserving and segregating their funds, reducing asymmetries of information, mitigating conflicts of interest, improving transparency, strengthening enterprise and market integrity, reducing the likelihood of disorderly liquidation or the contagion that market or counterparty credit risk may trigger in the context of the failure of a systemically important DCO or several significant DCOs. I'd like to note quickly as I close that I'm tremendously grateful for the opportunity to participate in the dialogue with division staff on each of these final and proposed rulemakings. I'm also grateful to my fellow commissioners for the thoughtful questions, commentary, and revisions they've made to draft documents over the course of this process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to the conversation today.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. We'll now turn to Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome to those who are attending in person or watching virtually. And I want to say happy Pride Month. As the first LGBTQIA+ commissioner, I am very proud to sit on this dais and bring much needed representation to the financial regulatory community. And today, I very proudly wear my Pride pin at this open meeting. In my confirmation hearing for this role, I said that my highest priority would be to make sure that markets are working well. And we must always remember that the impact of market stresses and disruptions is felt the hardest by farmers, ranchers, and producers who face rising inputs, as well as hardworking American families who may have to pay more to feed their family, drive their car, or to cool and heat their homes. Commodity and derivatives markets have faced unexpected global challenges and disruptions over the last few years with the pandemic, the Russian war against Ukraine, climate disasters, and cybercrime. And I recently said at the Global Markets Advisory Committee meeting that Commissioner Pham sponsors, she'll take chairman, we have arrived at a time when we should expect the unexpected. By expecting the unexpected, exchanges, clearinghouses, intermediaries, the commission and others can prepare a game plan for future market challenges that holds the lessons of past disruptions, but also has the flexibility to adapt to new challenges. There is great benefit to clear heads planning now. Complex issues impacting global derivatives markets would benefit from forward thinking. Working through them now with clear heads and the benefit of time can lead to a workable game plan that will keep markets functioning well during times of stress. So we meet today to consider matters that are part of a workable game plan to ensure that markets work well during times of stress. This is really important when it comes to clearinghouses, as they serve as the cornerstone to mitigating risk in U.S. markets. Dodd-Frank Act reforms increase central clearing of trades, putting clearinghouses in more of a public interest role. We are proposing that all clearinghouses have wind-down plans. No one expects to fail. But the lessons from 2008 and even 2023 are that a disorderly failure of a financial institution can cause chaos, particularly to Main Street. I testified before the Senate in 2014 on Dodd-Frank Act reforms, including requirements for banks to prepare living wills, saying that I strongly supported the Dodd-Frank Act's dual approach: frontline measures aimed at keeping the largest financial institutions safe and sound, and a last-line defense aimed at letting a company fail without damaging the economy. I support the proposed rule today because it does just that. We are also considering a final rule on governance over decisions that can materially impact a clearinghouse's risk profile. In addition to the Market Risk Advisory Committee's recommendations from 2021 under Chairman Behnam's sponsorship and now under Commissioner Johnson's sponsorship, these recommendations were final rule. Additionally, for the capital comparability determinations for European swap dealers, we must ensure that we do not increase risk to U.S. markets. Our capital requirements promote the resilience of swap dealers and protect the U.S. financial system. So substituted compliance must leave U.S. markets at no greater risk than full compliance with our rules. Finally, we're considering modernizing and strengthening requirements for the Commitment of Traders report, a report that is critical to market transparency and the Commission's ability to promote market integrity through monitoring, surveillance, and enforcement. I thank the staff for their hard work on these matters. I also want to thank the MRAC members who worked on those recommendations and all who submitted public comments on the clearinghouse governance rule. I find public comment to be extremely helpful, and I encourage it for the proposed matters today.
Thank you, Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero. Now we'll turn to Commissioner Mercinger.
Good morning, and just want to echo what my fellow commissioners mentioned about welcoming everybody to the room today to join us and those who are joining us remotely. Public meetings are critical to our notice and comment rulemaking process, and the more members of the public we can reach, the better the process. It's been almost 7 months since we've held a public meeting at the CFTC, and I think you'll see that reflected in today's agenda before us. The agenda also reflects some years of focus and hard work by CFTC staff, and in some instances, they're a result of decades of experience and commitment to the regulatory work at this agency. I think we're incredibly fortunate to have this level of expertise and dedication at the staff. In addition to recognizing the incredible efforts from the staff in bringing today's agenda forward, I want to recognize the leadership of Chairman Behnam in steering these efforts towards consideration today. I think everyone on this dais will agree that the chairman has a very difficult job of navigating this particular ship, largely through uncharted waters and often in extreme weather conditions. So thank you. Today's agenda will cover a lot of ground, and a number of the provisions here will take the first steps towards reaching important outcomes. The European Union non-bank swap dealer capital comparability determination is an example of an important step in implementing the decision the Commission made years ago to recognize comparable regulatory frameworks related to capital requirements for non-bank swap dealers in foreign jurisdictions. The governance requirements for a derivatives clearing organization's final rule before us today is an example of how regulators should interact with the industry and other stakeholders to address concerns through sound regulation. I think, as Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero mentioned, these rules really had their origins in a report issued by a subcommittee of the Market Risk Advisory Committee under Chairman Behnam's sponsorship. The report was a result of a lot of collaboration and a lot of compromise by industry. And I think the resulting rules will offer additional risk protections to our clearinghouses here in the U.S. We have the amendments to Part 17, large trader reporting requirements. The proposal before us today will certainly help the agency better utilize large trader data. It will remove references to outdated computer codes and will streamline the process, improving the data reporting experience for those who are providing the data and allowing the agency to better manage that incoming data. So I'm pleased to see an ambitious agenda before us, but that doesn't mean I support everything on today's list. The derivatives clearing organization's recovery and orderly wind down plans proposal before us today is a classic example of government knows best. I understand the desire to address clearinghouse recovery and wind down planning, and normally I would applaud efforts to move from what is now staff advice to regulatory text. However, here we have a staff advisory that I believe went too far and a proposed rule that goes even farther. Unfortunately, I cannot support this proposal in its current form. However, I don't want my criticism of this proposal to detract from any way my high opinion and even higher regard for the staff in the Division of Clearing and Risk who are responsible for drafting this proposal. I may not be able to support this policy today, but I will always be a cheerleader for this team. I also want to just take a moment to thank the hard work of the staff who were responsible for the other proposals before us today. A special thank you to all the staff who work behind the scenes in preparing and executing our open meetings. Thank you to the chairman and his staff, my fellow commissioners and their staff, my own staff, for their dedication to the role of the commission at the agency. It's always an honor to be seated up here, and I look forward to participating in a robust discussion around today's proposals. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Mercer. Very kind words. Appreciate it as always. Commissioner Pham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd really like to extend my thanks to you for holding today's open meeting and to say what a pleasure it's been over the last several months to be working together to achieve an ambitious agenda that was laid out in your testimony before the Senate Agriculture Committee. I think it's clear to everybody here that we have important work ahead of us, and I'm really looking forward to getting the job done. As you know, I like to focus on the big picture and how it all fits together. Following on to Commissioner Johnson's remarks, I'll quote from Succession. What are the angles here? What's the play? Is that a move? At the CFTC, we bear a tremendous responsibility as regulators in the global financial markets. Our role grants us the privilege to make a positive impact on the global economy. Our derivatives markets serve as the backbone of the global economy, and they facilitate price discovery, risk management, and investment opportunities that drive economic growth. The impact of our actions today will extend far beyond our agency's walls. The decisions we make can influence market stability and the overall health of the financial markets. We must exercise our regulatory authority diligently, with a deep understanding of market dynamics, emerging risks, and the need for adaptive regulation. I am truly honored to serve with my fellow commissioners under the leadership of Chairman Behnam and to work alongside the talented individuals at the CFTC who share a common goal of maintaining the integrity of our financial markets and combating fraud, manipulation, and other abusive acts and practices. And I'd especially like to thank my team, particularly Megan Tente and Bridget Wiles, for all of their very hard work on these very big and long rules. And I'd like to thank the CFTC staff especially on the rules that we have before us today. For my opening remarks, I'd like to just quickly touch upon each of the rules that we are about to talk about. And so without further ado, going to the final rule on governance requirements for DCOs. You know, as I've said before, one of the many proud traditions at the CFTC is that we commissioners get to sponsor advisory committees comprised of members of the public to provide expert advice and input. And as my fellow commissioners have recognized, this final rule has its roots in recommendations made by the CCP Risk and Governance Subcommittee of the Market Risk Advisory Committee under then Commissioner Behnam's leadership when he sponsored it in 2021. I also would like to join in commending Chairman Behnam for his leadership of the MRAC at that time and providing an example of how the industry can come together to propose workable solutions to issues in our markets through the CFTC's advisory committees. I hope that I can follow in this tradition with my work sponsoring the Global Markets Advisory Committee, and like to tell you all to stay tuned on that. I do support today's final rule on governance requirements for DCOs, and I'd like to sincerely thank the staff of DCR for their work over many years to address market participants' efforts to enhance CCP risk and governance and codify standards. And so I'd like to thank Clark Hutchison, Eileen Donovan, Tad Pauley, and Joe Aubrin. I especially want to express my appreciation for working with me to address my concerns to provide regulatory clarity. You know, today we are taking a forward-looking approach in adopting rules to strengthen our DCOs. I believe that's one reason why our markets are resilient even during times of market stress is because our principles-based regulatory framework ensures that strong guardrails are in place while giving our registered entities like DCOs flexibility to implement our core principles in a way that best fits their business and operating model. To put it another way, we are going to make sure that you build your house to code, but I'm not going to tell you what color to paint it. It's my hope that this final rule is consistent with that approach by not being overly prescriptive. And as I said before, I thank the staff for working with me on my concerns around clarity on the use of the word independent and also clarifying the difference between advisory committees that satisfy our final rule and board-level risk management committees. Regarding the Part 17 proposal today, I think I'll just join in saying I am really pleased to see that we are periodically updating our rules to reflect developments in the markets. This is something really important because we have to recognize that our work is never done. And so I'd really like to thank the following CFTC staff members: Owen Copen and Paul Chaffin in the Division of Market Oversight, James Fay in the Division of Data, and Daniel Prager in the Office of the Chief Economist for their critical work on these important requirements. On the DCO recovery and wind down proposal, having worked at a big bank, a GSIB, I am very familiar with resolution planning and living will requirements. And I think, again, it is important that the CFTC continues to periodically review our regulations to see that they remain fit for purpose and to update them as necessary to reflect developments in international standards as well as in our markets. I'm really looking forward to seeing commenters' responses to what we have laid out here to enhance these requirements under Part 39. And I'm mindful that we have implemented this to satisfy the requirements of Title VIII as well as the PFMIs. And we are not the only agency that has responsibility to implement these requirements, but that we do so alongside the Fed and the SEC, who each of us have responsibilities for the designated financial market utilities that pose systemic risk to our financial system. I especially like to thank Bob Wasserman for working with me to address some of my concerns, and particularly in working through some of the legal text regarding legal risk. So thank you very much for taking my comments into consideration. Finally, on the EU non-bank swap dealer capital and financial reporting requirements comparability determination, I'd like to close by reminding you that The decidedly unglamorous work that CFTC staff members take in working through each of these issues do create the underpinnings of global markets that enable governments, central banks, and commercial banks, asset managers and investors, and companies to manage the risks inherent in international flows of capital that fuel economic growth and prosperity in both developed and developing economies. I commend these MPD staff members for their dedication and work on this proposal. Amanda O'Lear, Tom Smith, Rafael Martinez, Lilia Bonsanzova, Ju Hong, and Justin McPhee. I especially thank the staff for addressing my comments on the prior comparability determinations and providing more clarity on the conditions for notice requirements for certain defined events, such as undercapitalization or breaches of capital levels. These important clarifications will allow our registrants to implement reasonably designed processes to comply with these conditions. With that, I would like to thank you all for being here with us today, and I'm looking forward to this meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Pham. In a few moments, I'll invite CFTC staff panel to begin their presentation on the first matter of today's agenda. After the presentation, we'll formally open the floor to the commissioners for their questions, comments, and discussion on the matter presented, and then we'll conclude with the commission's discussion with a vote on the matter presented. That sequence will be repeated for each of the remaining matters on the agenda throughout the day, and each of the votes conducted in this meeting will be a recorded vote. The result of each vote approving a commission document, should that be the outcome, will be published with the document in the Federal Register. So at this point, I'm going to ask whether there are any objections from the commissioners to granting unanimous consent to allow staff to make technical corrections to any documents approved at this meeting as necessary to prepare such documents for publication in the Federal Register or to otherwise finalize them. Are there any such objections? Hearing no objections, consent for staff technical corrections is hereby granted by the Commission. This time, I'd like to welcome staff from the Division of Clearing and Risk for their presentation on the first matter on today's agenda, a final rule on governance requirements for derivatives clearing organizations. Presenting to us will be Clark Hutchinson, Director, Division of Clearing and Risk, Eileen Donovan, Deputy Director, Division of Clearing and Risk, and Tad Polly, Associate Director, Division of Clearing and Risk. With that, Clark, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Pleasure to be here. It's nice after many months since our last meeting in person. This morning, as has been noted by all of you, we are presenting first on the dais here, final rule for DCO governance requirements. And my colleague Tad Polly will make that presentation this morning for you, and after that, Eileen, Tad, and I would be happy to take any questions you might have. So I'm turning this over to Tad. Tad, please.
Thank you, Clark. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Today, I will be providing an overview of the final rule regarding DCO governance that you are considering today, including a summary of the key aspects of the final rule, as well as the changes that have been made to the rule after considering the comments received on the proposal. The rulemaking involves revisions to the Commission's existing Regulation 3924 regarding Derivatives Clearing Organization, or DCO governance. As several commissioners have mentioned, it has evolved from the recommendations issued by the Commission's Market Risk Advisory Committee, or MRAC. Specifically, in 2021, the MRAC approved a report prepared by its Central Counterparty Risk and Governance Subcommittee that captured the perspectives of clearing member, end user, and DCO affiliated subcommittee members, and provided the Commission with several recommendations on DCO risk governance for its consideration. Those recommendations served as the basis for the final rule that is before you today, which aims to improve market participant involvement in DCO risk management and provide DCOs with the benefit of the risk management experience that varied market participants bring to the clearinghouse. There are two primary aspects to the final rule. First, it would require a DCO to establish one or more risk management committees, or RMCs, and require its board to consult with and consider and respond to input from its RMCs on matters that could materially affect the risk profile of the DCO. Second, it would require each DCO to establish one or more market participant risk advisory working groups, or risk working groups for short, in order to seek risk-based input from a broader array of market participants. With respect to risk management committees, new Regulation 3924B11 would require a DCO to maintain governance arrangements that establish one or more RMCs, and require a DCO's board of directors to consult with and consider and respond to input from an RMC on all matters that can materially affect the risk profile of the DCO. This would provide a consistent, formalized forum for DCOs to solicit, consider, and address input from clearing members and end users, before making decisions that can materially affect their risk profile. While serving on an RMC, clearing members and end users would have an enhanced role in DCO risk governance and would be able to use their risk management expertise to promote the safety and efficiency of the DCO and the stability of the broader financial system. In addition, DCOs would be required to establish fitness standards for RMC members, maintain policies that require rotation of RMC membership on a regular basis, and maintain policies to ensure that each RMC includes at least 2 representatives from both clearing members and, if applicable, customers of clearing members. This composition requirement recognizes the stake that clearing members and their customers have in the financial integrity of the DCO by ensuring that they can express their input and concerns, as well as the fact that DCOs benefit from their unique perspective and expertise on risk management issues. Finally, the rule would require a DCO to maintain policies designed to enable RMC members to provide informed opinions in the form of risk-based input on all matters presented to the RMC for consideration and perform their duties in a manner that supports the safety and efficiency of the DCO and stability of the broader financial system. The second primary aspect of the final rule is new regulation 3924B12, which would require a DCO to establish 1 or more risk working groups to provide input on all matters that can materially affect the risk profile of the DCO. These risk working groups would be required to consist of a broad array of market participants, such that a diverse cross-section of the DCO's clearing members and customers of clearing members are represented. Risk working groups would supplement the DCO's RMC to improve DCO risk management. Practical considerations such as the limited size of a typical RMC and the time commitment required of RMC members will limit the number of representatives that can serve on an RMC at any given time. DCO risk working groups will further expand and diversify the information available to a DCO in making material risk decisions and expand opportunities for those with a stake in DCO risk management to provide input. Several substantive changes have been made to the rule following the receipt of public comments. The final rule includes a new regulation 3924D for DCOs that only clear fully collateralized positions, meaning positions that require a DCO to hold at all times funds in the form of required payment sufficient to cover the maximum possible loss that a party or counterparty could incur upon liquidation or expiration of the contract. Under the final rule, these DCOs are not subject to the requirements of the rulemaking. Fully collateralized DCOs eliminate the credit risk associated with cleared positions, which in turn eliminates or reduces the significance of risk management issues, including margin models, liquidity risk management, guarantee funds, stress testing, default procedures, and participation requirements. These are the primary topics on which RMCs and risk working groups contribute to DCO risk management. As a result, the final rule concludes that it is not appropriate to require fully collateralized DCOs to assume the costs associated with maintaining RMCs and risk working groups for little or no benefit. This approach is consistent with the carve-outs from certain other risk-related requirements that the Commission has previously provided to fully collateralized DCOs based on the nature of their model. In addition, the final rule would reduce the required frequency of meetings of risk working groups from quarterly to 2 times per year. A requirement of a quarterly meeting may be unduly burdensome for a DCO, particularly a smaller DCO, that is not facing issues materially affecting its risk profile at a given time. It is also important, however, that a risk working group hold regular meetings to ensure that it serves as a consistent forum for members to discuss and provide input on risk matters facing a DCO in a timely manner. The final rule attempts to strike an appropriate balance by requiring a minimum of 2 meetings per year. The final rule has been further revised to add new documentation requirements regarding RMC and risk working group proceedings. DCOs would be required to create and maintain minutes of each RMC meeting and to document the topics discussed and the main points raised during each risk working group meeting and provide that information to the RMC. These requirements, as well as the requirement from the rule as initially proposed that DCOs document the board's consideration of and response to RMC input and all related meetings, will help promote transparency, accountability, and predictability, and would help to facilitate effective oversight by the Commission. The final rule also contains several revisions that are not intended to change the substance of the rule, but rather to clarify its requirements. For example, the comments received indicated some confusion regarding the meaning of the word independent in the context of the requirement that DCO policies enable RMC members to provide independent informed opinions on risk matters. The Commission's use of the term referred to the ability of an RMC member to provide risk-based input as opposed to input motivated by commercial interests of the member's employer. Because that concept is captured by other language in the rule, providing that RMC members are to provide risk-based input in a manner that supports the safety and efficiency of the DCO and the stability of the broader financial system, the final rule removes the word independent for clarity. We hope that this information has been helpful, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Tad, thank you very much. That was excellent. To formally open the Commission's discussion and consideration of the matter just presented by Tad, I would now entertain a motion for the adoption and issuance of the final rule on governance requirements for DCOs as presented in the voting draft circulated to the Commissioners for this meeting.
I so move.
I second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that the Commission adopt the final rule and issue it for publication. The floor is now open for the Commission's deliberations on this matter. I'd like to begin by offering a few questions and views of my own, and then we will go in order of seniority to allow the other Commissioners to ask questions. Brief statement before I ask a few questions to the division. As I highlighted in remarks earlier this year, this particular rulemaking has a long history, and its timing could not be more critical. Throughout my CFTC tenure, clearinghouses, or CCP, governance has remained a topic of increasing emphasis among domestic and international regulators. In the decade that followed the initial rule proposal addressing DCO governance, clearing members continually expressed concerns that their interests may not be adequately represented, considering that clearing members, through mutualized default funds, are the bearers of a majority of a CCP's tail risk. Under my sponsorship, the CFTC's Market Risk Advisory Committee formed a central counterparty risk and governance subcommittee to bring DCOs, clearing members, and customers together to make recommendations to the full MRAC and ultimately the Commission as to how they, the stakeholders, believe DCO governance could be improved. That subcommittee understood the assignment. I hope that the completion of this rulemaking serves as a model of how the Commission and the public, through the advisory committees and other means, can work together towards effective and attainable solutions. I fully support the final rule, which facilitates further cooperation and collaboration through risk management committees, including representation from clearing members and customers, and through risk advisory working groups, which will give all clearing members and customers, not just those on the risk management committees, an opportunity to have their voices heard on risk management issues which impact them, not just the DCO. While there may be more to come in this area, today's final DCO governance rule promotes the safety and soundness of our DCOs and the financial system at large. I hope that this final rule encourages the industry and other stakeholders to continue to work on those issues where, so far, they have not reached consensus. That said, transparent and honest communication is a cornerstone to the success of any system. And I am hopeful that this governance rule will establish a new, enhanced level of communication among participants in the clearing ecosystem that will serve to bridge differences in multiple areas of disagreement, ultimately strengthening our financial markets, which I know is a shared interest. Again, Tad, thank you for the presentation. Clark and Eileen as well, and everyone on the staff that participated and contributed to this rule. Just a few quick questions. One of the issues that popped up and that we are increasingly seeing across the board in our markets is conflicts of interest. And I'd just like to know, and Tad, you touched on this, perhaps maybe indirectly, but what does the final rule do to address conflicts within the context of the Risk Management Committee itself?
Thanks for the question, Chairman. The rule contains in 3924C3, there's a provision regarding the role of the Risk Management Committee. That provision requires that DCOs have policies that enable the Risk Management Committee to provide risk-based input. And implementing that on the DCO side will require conflict of interest policies, because if a member is conflicted, if it has commercial interests that are at issue with a given matter at hand, it will not be able to provide that risk-based input that's focused on DCO safety. I guess I would just add, so that's within this proposal itself. The Commission also has Regulation 3925 already in place, which requires DCOs to account for conflicts of interest in its governance policies.
Thanks, Tad. I think it goes without saying it's a hallmark of our rules, as you pointed out, one that's existed for quite some time, but an area of increasing interest, I think, given technology and given some market structure changes that we seem to be experiencing in real time. So I think in the context of this rule, it's important that this is expressly laid out so that we don't have potential conflicts that would bias any advice that the CCP itself is receiving. New products, also another area of interest, and I think one that has only grown over the past few years given changes in technology, given new financial products that are being listed on our regulated exchanges. And we did receive, I think, a number of comments after the proposal was voted. This is an area, I think, particularly for myself, remembering back to 2017 when we had the first digital asset futures contracts listed, a bit of friction between clearing members who participate in the waterfall and sort of their desire to participate in allocation to digital assets versus other clearing members or brokers. So we have that issue where, some members participate in certain types of assets, others don't. And we want to make sure that we have at least some harmony between clearing members and the CCPs as they think about new products listed on DCMs. How does the final rule address that particular issue, which again, as I mentioned, was raised in some comments we received after the proposal?
So new products are included in an illustrative list of matters that do require Risk Management Committee consultation. The obligation to have that consultation with respect to new products, will arise using the same standard that applies generally, which is if you have a material impact on the risk profile of the DCO. So in those cases, the rule will result in Risk Management Committee consultation with respect to new products.
Thanks. And finally, and briefly, and I don't want to get ahead of myself, we still have a vote on this matter before us, but, and I've said this publicly many times, I just alluded to it in my remarks. I think there were 6 subcommittees within that MRAC CCP committee, and this was the one that found consensus, which I applaud the members. This was very difficult. As many know who work in this space, there's very strong differences of opinion because of vested interests, and I understand that. That's the nature of our business and financial markets. But being able to convene the groups and really ask them in a very direct way to come up with ideas that can improve the system, I do think this is a first and important step. But I guess throughout the process, from drafting the proposal, comments, and bringing us here today, any thoughts on potential other areas of interest in the governance space that we might be able to attack in the future?
So I think the issue that's drawn the most attention is the potential for regulation specific to market participant consultation on rule submissions to the Commission, and whether there should be a broader group that's consulted on those matters before we receive rule submissions. This was one of the matters that was pretty hotly contested in the subcommittee report. So there's definitely strong differences of opinion on how the Commission, or if the Commission should do that. But I would say that is the subject matter that's probably garnered the most attention in the comments.
Thanks, Todd. With that, I'm going to thank again the division. I know this was very difficult, as all things are we do, but this is something that I'm very proud of, and I think to get it to the finish line, assuming we get it through the Commission, which it sounds like we should be able to, again, as Commissioner Pham pointed out, a bit of a success story of how the Commission engages in a very transparent way with stakeholders, and a full range of stakeholders, not just industry participants, and can come up with sound, sensible regulation that I think improves our financial markets. So thanks again to the team for all their work. And with that, I'm going to now turn it over to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so very much to everyone in the Division of Clearing and Risk who participated and assisted in moving this rule from proposed to final, or even worked for, I'm sure, months, if not over the last couple of years, tirelessly, days, nights, and weekends, as I like to say sometimes, to get us to this place. DCOs provide comprehensive settlement services and take on counterparty risk with the assistance of clearing members to facilitate centralized and over-the-counter trading. DCOs also stand as final guarantors of performance in the event of a customer or clearing member default. The Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act introduced groundbreaking reforms that shifted significant volumes of derivatives trading to clear through DCOs, giving them a key role and maintaining the stability and integrity of derivatives markets through comprehensive and prudent risk mitigation strategies. These practices include securely handling participant funds and assets, developing and administering robust forward-looking margining frameworks for idiosyncratic markets, consistently setting appropriate margin levels for traded portfolios, and collecting risk-based guarantee fund contributions from clearing members. DCO risk mitigation practices can profoundly impact individual firm and, depending on the systemic importance of a DCO, the broader financial market. I, too, want to join my chair and my fellow commissioners in applauding the Market Risk Advisory Committee, Central Counterparty Risk and Governance Subcommittee for all of its tremendous work in finding consensus on a number of critical points that are captured in this rulemaking. It truly is a testament to what we can do together. I specifically want to acknowledge the leadership of the chair as sponsor of the Market Risk Advisory Committee at the time, and also Alicia Crichton and Lee Betzel, who co-chaired the subcommittee. Alicia is currently our MRAC chair and definitely continues to be deeply involved in CCP risk and governance. I would also like to note, and the Commission's aware, because recently has passed through seriatim, the appointment of Alessandro Coco at the Chicago Fed and Chris Edmonds, who will co-chair the committee going forward. I have great expectations of what they will accomplish in light of witnessing today's great success. I support the Commission's approval of the final rule, should it be adopted today, requiring derivatives clearing organization governance measures that establish structural and procedural mechanisms designed to improve efforts to identify and mitigate material risks, strengthen DCO resilience, and foster the integrity of our markets. I'm deeply thoughtful about a number of elements in the final rule. I'll note a few here and then have a few quick questions. I appreciate that the final rule requires DCOs to stand up risk management committees comprised of clearing members and their customers to leverage their risk management expertise and formalize the role of market participants in DCO governance. The final rule also requires DCOs to establish separate risk advisory working groups, as Ted mentioned, that would be larger than the RMC's membership, or larger than the RMC's membership, and intended to seek risk-based input from a broad array of market participants. What I'd also like to sort of highlight here and then inquire just a bit about is the extent to which, and I raised this in my questions when we discussed the proposed rule last summer, addresses innovative, evolving, and emerging risks in financial markets, and in particularly in the context of DCO oversight. I'm thoughtful about specifically Regulation 39.24D that speaks to sort of integrating into that, under the umbrella of DCO risk governance, fully collateralized positions. I'm mindful that we ask a great deal of you, almost in some instances to use a crystal ball and anticipate new products, new technologies, and the ways they will impact our markets. I'm hopeful, as the chair raised a few questions that I dovetail with respect to, you might share how we can think about applying these rules in light of evolving financial products and evolving demographic of market participants. So very specifically, thank you so much, Clark. Thank you so much, Eileen. Thank you so much, Ted. I'm open to any of you responding to the question if you might. We see certainly a number of innovative financial products and market structures entering into our markets, and I'm hopeful that you'll share, even if it's just a précis, because that might become the work stream for the next CCP Risk and Governance Subcommittee work stream. If you'll share, even if it's just a précis, how you're anticipating that these rules will be sufficiently dynamic to apply, notwithstanding the evolution of market structure and financial products.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that the way the rule is set up, I mean, it is intended to capture exactly those types of items. Those are the kinds of issues that should be coming before risk management committees and risk working groups. Those are the kinds of matters, evolving new matters that will fit the standard for requiring consultation. So, you know, that's what this rule is about, and it is intended to address things like that, and we are optimistic it will work.
There we go. Excuse me. Let me add. I think this room is an example of your question. We all have different opinions about things, and we all hammer them out when we get a rule together. But it starts from, perhaps not here with chaos, but it starts with people with strong opinions about certain things, and we get down to the root of what we're really trying to solve. And I think today's governance rulemaking boils things down to a very important first step. We have people who have agreed on a process and a structure and protocols and lines of feedback. And I think what we need to do is let that work for a while, see how it goes. I am sure that a risk working group will not be composed of shy individuals who aren't going to express how they feel. I'm more sure that when they give very strong opinions to the Risk Management Committee about matters, there'll be a debate about whether it's really material to the risk of the clearinghouse or not, and there'll be quite a debate about that. But that's a good debate to have, and we can watch that, because we're required now to see those minutes and watch that debate unfold. And from there, I think we can see the Risk Management Committee give opinions to clearinghouses to say, here's what we think, and here's why we think this is important, and here's why we think it does affect the risk of the clearinghouse, perhaps in ways we hadn't previously thought. So I think we've gotten to that important first step of getting everybody in a room, having a process by which differing opinions are boiled down, and an important debate about what risk is really all about to actually occur. And to your point about what about new things and things we haven't imagined, it's through that dialogue and forcing people to get things boiled down and respond that we will understand new risks as they emerge. So while I'm not confident that we today can articulate what the next step in a rulemaking for governance might look like, I'm very confident that what we have accomplished today will encourage that kind of dialogue that will inform us later on as to what maybe new rules we might need. Thank you, Commissioner.
That's fantastic. Thanks so much, Clark and Ted. Actually, you sort of hit the nail right on the head. We do have a track record, and I think today's final rule is illustrative of the fact that we know how to get across the finish line. I really appreciate, Clark, your notes about initiating and establishing process, encouraging debate and dialogue, and appreciating that, as the chair mentioned, consensus is not easily accomplished, but where there are thoughtful, engaged minds on issues like risk management and risk governance, we can certainly reach a better place than we may have stood before. I'm also hopeful that the succession, Hunger Games, and gladiator analogies offered earlier in my opening remarks are not applicable for the risk working groups, risk working group committees, and other risk committees, advisory committees, that will focus on these questions. So thank you so much for that. I had a second question on conflicts of interest, but the chair raised that question, and I think my time may have expired. So thank you all so much for your tremendous work on this matter. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, for the time for question.
Thanks, Commissioner Johnson. I'll turn now to Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero.
Thanks, Chairman. Transparency, accountability, predictability, and facilitating effective commission oversight. Those are the terms you just said, Tad. These are the public interests that I wrote last summer in the description of our proposed governance rule. These are public interests that are foundational to clearinghouse resilience. They remind us that the impact of market disruptions and stress is felt the hardest by farmers, ranchers, and producers who face rising inputs, and hardworking American families who may have to pay more to feed their family, drive their car, or cool and heat their homes. As commodity and derivative markets have faced unexpected global challenges and disruptions over the last few years, some were unexpected, hopefully once-in-a-lifetime events like the pandemic and Russia's war against Ukraine, but others like climate disasters and cybercrime have been building for years, and we should expect that markets will continue to grapple with them indefinitely. In my opening statement, I said that we've arrived at a time where we should expect the unexpected, and working through these complex issues now with clear heads and the benefit of time can lead to a workable game plan that will keep markets functioning well during times of stress. The best game plan comes from engagement and collaboration between all the stakeholders, specifically here, clearinghouses, their members, and market participants. So under the rule, the Commission would require a clearinghouse to consult with, consider, and respond on the merits to substantive input from a risk management committee made up of clearing members. The consultation would be required for all matters that could materially affect the risk profile of the clearinghouse. Clearinghouses will also be required to establish a risk advisory working group to consider input from an even broader array of market participants. And together, the clearinghouses, their members, and market participants can really benefit from a 360-degree view of risk and make a powerful force in developing a workable game plan to keep markets functioning well during times of stress. The rule balances ensuring that members' voices are adequately heard in a meaningful way with the critical public service perspective of clearinghouses. And the rule recognizes strength in numbers and diversity of opinion. After speaking to many stakeholders, I advanced requirements for a clearinghouse to maintain written policies and procedures. These were included in the proposed rule. 1, describing the consultation process, including for deciding which matters could materially affect the clearinghouse risk profile, and 2, governing the role of members of the committee and the working group. I also advanced the requirements for a clearinghouse to document the meetings of the committee and working group and the clearinghouse's consideration of and response to the input of the committee. I also advanced requirements for the regular periodic meetings of the risk working group, which was settled on in the final rule as 2 times a year. I thank all who provided comments, and I'm thrilled to see them adopted in the final rule. My intent in including requirements for written policies and procedures accompanied by documentation was to ensure that our rule met those public interests. Drawing on my experience as a former Inspector General, I have witnessed time and time again that requirements for policies and procedures as well as documentation promote transparency, accountability, predictability, and facilitates effective oversight. Policies and procedures help ensure that a game plan on how matters that could materially impact a clearinghouse's risk profile will be assessed and who will have a say, and that those decisions are made now, not during times of market disruption. Requirements for policies, procedures, and documentation also promote consistency over the full range of clearinghouses and may lead to best practices. This includes, of course, systemically significant clearinghouses and other well-established clearinghouses who may already meet some or all of these requirements, but it also includes new or future entrants, including in the digital asset space, who may not have a history of risk management committees, the consideration of input from clearing members, or policies, procedures, or documentation requirements. I remain hopeful that these requirements will serve as a launch pad toward best practices that promote the public interest in transparency, accountability, predictability, and effective oversight. And for these reasons, I support the rule. I just wanted to follow up on the chairman's comment on conflicts of interest. I agree that conflicts of interest is an area that's increasingly coming up more, and it's important to address this. And I just wanted to make sure I can understand, Tad, your answer to his question. Would we expect that addressing conflicts of interest would be something that is included in the policies and procedures?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. It was very helpful for me to watch the actual MRAC meetings on this issue because I always appreciate a diversity of views, and watching the meeting helped me see that diversity, which then complemented the report with all the consensus recommendations. And as I discussed these enhancements, these policies and procedures, and the memorialization with you all, the difficulty, as always, is coming up with the specific language, right, where we can balance kind of all those interests and have sound regulation that keeps the markets safe and working well. So I am very, very appreciative, Clark and Eileen and Tad, for working so closely with me on the specific text. I think Clark called it hammering it out. I don't know if you were referring to me, but that's okay if you were, because we did hammer out a lot. But you know what? I really appreciate it. I remember us having these deep conversations about meeting minutes, whether it would chill, what would it, how would it come out? And I remember saying it's going to facilitate our oversight. And I believe you just said that, Clark, just now. That will help facilitate our effective oversight, along with bringing transparency and accountability. So very grateful for your work with me. I also want to thank all who gave comment, all stakeholders, and a lot of people talked to me as well. It was really nice to see so many comments supporting the enhancements I advanced, and to see the comments to questions that I asked to be included in the proposed rule about whether the risk working group should meet quarterly, whether the meeting minutes would chill, or what the benefit was. I just think this is rulemaking at its best, and I'm grateful, very grateful for you working so well with me.
Thank you, Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero. Now we'll turn to Commissioner Mercier.
Thank you. And I'm pleased that we're here today considering this final rule. It leverages the recommendations of the report from the MRAC committee, subcommittee, which many have mentioned here. And that report recommended that the CFTC regulations be amended to require DCO risk management committees and risk advisory working committees. And after benefiting from the hard work of the subcommittee, I think the Commission benefited tremendously from all the thoughtful comment letters we received in response to this proposal. Today, the final rule contains several important changes and clarifications to the proposal, resulting in an improved work product that establishes specific thresholds and requirements where appropriate. But it also recognizes consistent CEA principles-based regulatory framework, that each DCO is unique and flexibility is necessary. So I just want to say thank you to the staff in the Division of Clearing and Risk for your hard work and for being so responsive to the commenters and as well as myself and the fellow commissioners. And I just have a couple quick questions. One, I'm going to kind of follow up on a question that the chairman asked and that Commissioner Johnson touched on, and that's about the Risk Management Committee consultation on new products. I think there was some confusion that was highlighted in some of the letters that maybe this would be required for all new products, or if this would just be those new products that could materially affect the risk profile of a DCO. Would you agree the final rule clarifies when consultation with the Risk Management Committee is required with respect to new products?
Yes, absolutely. There was some confusion on that matter. It probably wasn't helped that we actually asked a question for public comment asking whether it should be categorical. But yeah, there was an issue with the rule text that could have led to some confusion about whether new products were subject to the same standard as everything else in that list. And we clarified the language to make sure that it's absolutely clear that the same standard of material impact on risk profile also applies to new products.
Great. And I think that's important to note because, to me, one of the most important things we can do when writing rules is making sure they're absolutely clear so those that are accountable can follow them in a way that they know that they're doing the right thing and we know that they're doing the right thing. And on that materially affect the risk profile of the DCO, we don't explicitly define that in the rule, but are we expecting the DCO to define it in their policies and procedures and what they mean when we say it materially affects the risk profile of the DCO?
Yes, when they craft the required policies on the consultation process, they will have to go through that process of figuring out what it means to have material impact for that DCO, which can vary a little bit from DCO to DCO depending on the product mix, the nature of the participants, the size, some things that come into that. So it will be on the DCO to define it in that way.
Great. And again, it's important to have that flexibility and let the DCOs have their policies for what is a material risk rather than the commission trying to put that upon all DCOs. And one more question, the Risk Management Committee, is it required to be a board level committee or an advisory committee? And what discretion does the DCO have in deciding the level of the risk management committees?
So it is up to the DCO whether they want to have an advisory committee or a board level. As long as the committee can meet the requirements laid out in the reg regarding the composition and rotation, they can choose which works best for them.
Wonderful, thank you. That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now we'll turn to Commissioner Pham.
Thank you. I'd just like to comment that in response to the volatility and dislocations in our markets in recent years, CFTC staff have been spending countless hours monitoring our registered entities and registrants, making themselves available for updates, questions, and requests for guidance and relief under stressful circumstances. So I want to sincerely thank you for safeguarding the financial stability of our global financial system and working through the unprecedented events that we've seen with COVID-19 and since then. At the same time, market participants, as they've been reacting to these same market stresses and dislocations, have been coming together to identify issues that regulators and CCPs should consider to enhance financial stability. And these were issues that I worked on myself when I was in the private sector at that time. And I'd like to note that, one group of both clearing members and customers of clearing members published their own white paper that included recommendations to enhance governance practices to obtain and address input from a broader array of market participants on relevant risk issues to improve CCP resilience. So again, I really like to commend the process that we've gone through to take into account stakeholder input and the public's concerns in this space. As I've said, our markets relied upon for risk management and price discovery have felt, yet ultimately withstood, the effects of the pandemic and the widespread disruptions it caused. While we cannot let our guard down, there have been ongoing studies and analyses of the recent years, and the lessons learned from all of this, I think, will serve as important guides for us in the future as we think about how to build further resilience. I think I'd also just like to make a little commentary here that we can appreciate that our DCOs have been a pillar of strength during this time in the derivatives markets. And I think that it's really important that we don't forget how important DCOs are to our financial system and to the well-functioning of our markets. One of the things I'd like to focus in on more is the governance requirements because, of course, in my career, I've spent a significant amount of time working with legal entity boards of directors and public company boards of directors. So not only have I prepared many, many board materials, but I've had to present to boards regularly and have become familiar with the requirements around corporate governance and again, particularly for public companies. So when I looked at this rule, I wanted to make sure that the requirements we had put out there, and I appreciate the staff's focus on this as well, did not interfere or conflict with what companies, particularly public companies, have to do to meet their own corporate governance requirements. And so I appreciate that the staff worked with me to address these concerns, and particularly where, to the extent that a DCO chose to structure its RMC for purposes of our rule as a board-level RMC, to try to address any particular areas where fiduciary duties of boards of directors was implicated, or perhaps standards under Delaware corporations law. I know we had a lot of back and forth on it, and again, thank you for taking the time to read all of my comments and to look at that. Just to be more specific about this, proposed 39.24B11 required a DCO to maintain governance arrangements that establish one or more RMCs and a DCO's board of directors to consult with and consider and respond to input from its RMCs on all matters that could materially affect the risk profile of the DCO, including any material change to the DCO's margin model, default procedures, participation requirements, and risk monitoring practices, as well as the clearing of new products. In looking at this requirement and in thinking through how DCOs might want to structure their RMCs, I basically was focused on making it clear that you have basically three options. You can have an RMC that you structure as an advisory committee, and you just need to implement and make sure that it complies with all the requirements of 39.24 that we've put forth. You can also structure your RMC if you choose by using your existing board risk management committee. Of course, that means that the risk management committee of the board is necessarily comprised of members of your board of directors. And so if you chose to take that route, then in order to comply with our requirements in this final rule, you would need to, for example, appoint clearing members, representatives of clearing members, and representatives of customers of clearing members to your legal entity board of directors. I don't know that I would take that approach, but I understand that certain DCOs may find that easier from their perspective, especially because the SEC's analogous proposal for clearing agencies, which was just recently published, does in fact require that the RMC has to be at the board level, which again means that the members of under the SEC proposal for clearing agencies, that the members of the board RMC are in fact board directors. Finally, the last option that a DCO could take is to have an advisory committee, an RMC, that's an advisory committee that satisfies and complies with our requirements, and then to leave their existing board RMC untouched, and it can just comply with their existing corporate governance requirements and other board requirements. And so this was something that was very important to me to make sure that that was clear, and I appreciate that that was part of this. And I think that the flexibility, as others have noted, is particularly important. I have just one comment on this question. And so moving away from the concerns around the corporate governance, which was compounded when the proposal discussed members of RMCs providing independent expert opinions, because then I think there was perhaps some confusion over thinking about what does independence mean in the term of like an independent board director, or what does independence mean in the term of particularly like an independent expert opinion? Is that a legal expert opinion, for example? And so could you just quickly discuss a little bit more? I know you touched upon it briefly, but I appreciate that this was a change that I requested and that you actually made on how that independent requirement has come out of the final rule, because it's already covered, in the requirement for risk-based approach for members of the RMC.
Absolutely. So, yes, as you're suggesting, the word independent, when you're thinking about governance, it's used frequently in a way when you're talking about independent board members that are, independent from management, which is different than the meaning that was intended in the proposal, which was intended to be independent from the commercial interests of the RMC member's employer. And you're exactly right. I think that led to some confusion in the comments. Because the remainder of the rule already makes it clear already captures what we intended independence to mean, meaning you're providing risk-based input, not commercial input. Your input is focused on the safety of the DCO, stability of the financial system. The term was unnecessary. And so I think taking it out will help remove any confusion that came about from the other, frankly, more common use of independent in governance matters.
Thank you so much. I think that the best way to enhance compliance with our rules is for our rules to be clear. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Commissioner Pham. That wraps up the first round. I don't know if anyone has any additional questions or nope. Before we move to a vote, I want to highlight something Commissioner Pham said about the strength of our DCOs and the strength of the clearing system. I participate in a lot of international multilateral organizational meetings, Financial Stability Board, IOSCO, which are great venues for collaboration with our partners across the globe. And given that we are the agency that supervises the largest CCPs in the world, we come under a lot of inquiry, and I'd say that in a positive way, about the work that we do and the health of our CCPs. And I think, as was mentioned earlier, given what we've dealt with in the past few years, starting with COVID and the resulting volatility in commodity markets, and then the Russian attack of Ukraine and the following volatility in commodity markets, CCPs have appropriately come under, I would say, extra scrutiny, given some of the challenges and demands for collateral. But what I always say unequivocally, and thanks to our staff, of course, is that, in fact, our CCPs have not only performed well, they've performed exceptionally well, given the circumstances, given the extraordinary volatility, historic volatility that we faced and uncertainty that we faced, that we seem to be hitting these once-in-a-century events more frequently than we'd hope. But with that is a testament certainly to our registrants, but most importantly, I think it's a testament to the law, our rules, and our staff. And I know there's always a call for more work, more rules, more policy, more communication, and we should endeavor to do that. I think today is a step in that direction. But ultimately, we have to be mindful of the success that we've had and the foundation that we sit on, and how it is, in fact, a very workable, flexible, but ultimately a system that has proven itself to be very effective in managing risk distributing risk and essentially mitigating risk across the financial system. So with that, I do want to thank Clark, Eileen, and Tad for all this work, but what I said really is a testament to all of you and the staff within the division, and seeing Bob Wasserman as well, who participates in many of these international discussions. I'm proud to defend what we do, but also proud to advocate and articulate for the amazing work and the experts we have, because I think there are probably few, if any, agencies that have the level of expertise around clearinghouses in the world that the CFTC does. So that's something that we should be very proud of. Sure.
So I don't have follow-on questions, but I do want to echo something the chair just mentioned. In his service as vice chair at IOSCO, he certainly has established the global leadership or continued the tradition of global leadership in oversight of CCPs. But his acknowledgement of Bob Wasserman prompted me to note the following, which is that beyond our market risk advisory committee and the CCP risk and governance subcommittee, we have tremendous support from the staff in participating in the international dialogue around harmonization and effectiveness of recovery resilience and risk management in the context of CCPs. I'm excited to be joining the chair at the annual meeting for IOSCO, but equally excited to join Bob Wasserman and those who are joining us at the ECB event on CCP clearing, co-sponsored by the Chicago Fed this June in Frankfurt. I'll be at a fireside chat with my fellow Commissioner Mersinger, who I also would like to congratulate on her renomination. And I just sort of am very hopeful that we will continue to lead or act as thought leaders in the dialogue around CCP risk and governance.
Thanks, Commissioner Johnson. So with that, having heard from each of the commissioners, if there's no further discussion or debate, we'll proceed to a vote on the pending motion to adopt the the final rule on governance requirements for DCOs as presented in the voting draft. Are the commissioners prepared to vote? As it appears the commission is ready to vote, Mr. Kirkpatrick, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion now before the commission is on the adoption and issuance of the final rule on governance requirements for derivatives clearing organizations as presented in the voting draft circulated to the commissioners for this meeting. Commissioner Pham.
Aye.
Commissioner Pham votes aye. Commissioner Mersinger.
Aye.
Commissioner Mersinger votes aye. Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero votes aye. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson votes aye. Chairman Behnam.
Aye.
Chairman Behnam votes aye. Mr. Chairman, on this matter, the ayes have 5, the noes have 0.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkpatrick. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and the final rule on governance requirements for derivatives clearing organizations is adopted and directed to be issued by the commission. With that, again, thank you to the team for the presentation and all your work leading up to today. At this point, I'd like to call for the first, as I mentioned in my opening, of 2 planned short breaks in this meeting. So is there a motion to recess this meeting for 10 minutes?
So moved.
Second it.
It's been moved and probably seconded that this meeting stand in recess for 10 minutes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. The vote's unanimous in favor of this motion. This meeting stands in recess for 10 minutes until we re-adjourn, and we will take on at that point the next rule, the derivatives clearing organization recovery and orderly wind down plans. Thank you. Okay, seeing that all commissioners have assembled again on the dais, we'll reconvene at this time. And to resume our agenda, I'd like to welcome again staff from the Division of Clearing and Risk to make a presentation on the notice of proposed rulemaking on derivatives clearing organizations, recovery and orderly wind down plans. Presenting to us will be Clark Hutchinson, again, Director of Division of Clearing and Risk, Bob Wasserman, Chief Counsel of Division of Clearing and Risk, and Eric Schmelzer, Special Counsel, Division of Clearing and Risk. With that, please proceed.
Again, good morning. I guess it still is morning, Commissioners and Chairman. Thank you. As you said, we're here to present the DCO recovery and orderly wind down plan. And without further ado, I'll give it to Eric, who will give us an overview of the rule itself, and then we're open to questions and commentary. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. We are here today to present a proposed rulemaking on DCO recovery, wind down, and resolution planning. Specifically, this proposal would first strengthen and codify existing staff guidance on recovery and wind down planning for SITCOs and Subpart C DCOs. Second, with respect to resolution planning, set forth the types of information that the Commission may collect from SITCOs and potentially Subpart C DCOs. And third, for all other DCOs, which I'll refer to as non-Subpart C DCOs, establish for the first time wind down planning requirements. The team would like to thank the Office of General Counsel and the Office of the Chief Economist for their participation in this proposed rulemaking. We appreciate both the thoughtfulness of their comments and the speed with which they provided them. We've also benefited from consultation with our various FSOC colleagues. We thank the SEC and FDIC, as well as the Federal Reserve Board, Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, and the National Credit Union Administration. Some background may be helpful in framing this proposal. Current recovery and wind down rules are set forth broadly under Regulation 39.39. They apply to SITCOs and Subpart C DCOs, the latter of which are DCOs that have elected to be subject to the Commission's more stringent standards. In short, 39.39 requires that these DCOs have recovery and wind down plans that, one, identify scenarios that may potentially trigger recovery or wind down, and two, assess the effectiveness of a wide range of recovery and wind down options. In the years following codification, DCR staff had the opportunity to review these DCOs' recovery and wind down plans, after which they determined guidance was appropriate. In 2016, they issued CFTC letter number 16-61, which sets forth a non-exhaustive list of subjects and analyses for DCOs to address in their recovery and wind down plans. The letter also stresses that recovery and wind down plans are critical for the FDIC in developing resolution plans for its regulated entities. Much of today's rulemaking incorporates the subjects and analyses in 1661, as well as international guidance on recovery, wind down, and resolution planning issued by CPMI IOSCO and the Financial Stability Board since 2013. I'll note that 1661 was quite lengthy and that the recommendations before you are likewise quite detailed. Although there are many proposed elements for DCOs to address in their recovery and wind down plans, this rulemaking expects DCOs to exercise discretion in designing and executing on those elements. At the outset, the proposal would amend and move the relevant definitions from 39.39 to 39.2, since at least some of the definitions would now apply to all DCOs. The proposal would change the term wind down to orderly wind down so that the term and language can align more closely with that used by the Federal Reserve Board in its regulation HH, as well as the SEC in its current proposed rulemaking on recovery and wind down planning. For SITCOs and Subpart C DCOs, proposed 39.39B would require that they maintain and submit to the Commission viable plans for recovery and orderly wind down with supporting information due in each case to default losses and non-default losses. As to the elements that must go in the plans, this proposal would require that SITCOs and Subpart C DCOs identify and describe their critical operations and services, interconnections and interdependencies, resilient staffing arrangements, governance structure, and lists of contracts or agreements to be maintained during recovery or wind down. They would also have to identify and describe potential triggers for recovery and wind down, expected recovery and wind down tools, and obstacles to success of the plans. Further, they would have to include analyses of stress scenarios and analyses on the effects of any tools identified. Additionally, the recovery and wind down plans would have to be tested on at least an annual basis. With respect to resolution planning, this proposal would expand on the current requirements in 39.39C2. that CITCOs and Subpart C DCOs have procedures for informing the Commission and the FDIC for information needed for purposes of resolution planning. Essentially, this proposal would describe the types of information that we may request from certain DCOs so the Commission can assist the FDIC in preparing plans for the resolution of a CITCO or Subpart C DCO under Title II of the Dodd-Frank Act. We note that planning for the resolution of a DCO poses challenges due to the structure of Dodd-Frank. On the one hand, the supervision of a DCO rests with the Commission. On the other hand, the FDIC would be appointed receiver of a failing CITCO or other covered entity. In order for the FDIC to have the ability to carry out its responsibilities, we've been working with the FDIC to provide it with resolution planning information. Accordingly, this proposal sets out the types of information that may be necessary for certain DCOs to provide in advance to plan for the unlikely event that resolution becomes necessary. For non-Subpart C DCOs, given recent market events, this proposal would require that they maintain and submit to the Commission viable plans for orderly wind downs similar to, though slightly reduced from, that would be required of CITCOs and Subpart C DCOs. Like CITCOs and Subpart C DCOs, they would have to identify wind down triggers, wind down scenarios, and expected tools. They would also have to identify financial and operational interconnections and interdependencies, plans for resilient staffing arrangements, governance structure, and any contracts or agreements subject to alteration in the event of wind down. However, we do understand that certain requirements for CITCOs and Subpart C DCOs may not fit all other DCOs. For instance, although all DCOs would have to test their wind down plan on at least an annual basis, the testing requirement for non-Subpart C DCOs would be less involved than that of CITCOs and Subpart C DCOs. This proposal does ask for comment on whether we can better balance the cost from wind down planning with ensuring that Subpart C DCOs are prepared to wind down in an orderly manner. Thank you for your consideration of this proposal. I will turn the microphone over to Bob Wasserman.
Thanks. I just would like to take the opportunity to thank my colleague Eric for his dedicated and excellent work over these past months in bringing this project to a conclusion. I especially want to thank my colleague Megan Wallace, who couldn't be here today because of a long scheduled racing vacation. Over the course of the past year, Megan has truly pulled the laboring oar in drafting this release. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. And Eric, thank you for that presentation. And thanks to Megan in her absence for all the work that she did to help get us here. So to formally open the Commission's discussion and consideration of the matter just presented by the staff, I'll now entertain a motion for the approval and issuance of the notice of proposed rulemaking on derivatives clearing organizations' recovery and orderly wind-down plans as presented in the voting draft circulated to the Commissioners for this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that the Commission approve the notice of proposed rulemaking and issue it for publication. The floor is now open for the Commissioners' deliberations on this matter. I'd like to begin by offering a few questions with a brief statement in advance, and then we will turn to Commissioner Johnson and others in the order of seniority. Today's proposal would set forth in Commission regulation an expectation that CIDCOs and Subpart C DCOs as financial market infrastructures have comprehensive and effective recovery plans and orderly wind-down plans. These plans would analyze the services that clearing members and others rely upon the DCOs to provide, as well as the necessary services that others provide to the DCOs. DCOs would also be required to consider as part of their planning process a thorough set of scenarios that might potentially create losses that challenge their ability to provide their critical operations and services. Some scenarios that we specify may not be applicable to every DCO, and the proposal notes scenarios are to be considered to the extent they are possible in light of the DCO's structure and activities. However, the proposal, reiterating existing guidance, cautions DCOs considering whether a scenario is possible to avoid confusing, quote, low risk with, quote, zero risk. There's a difference. A low-risk scenario, which is remotely possible, must be addressed by the plans, whereas a scenario that is not possible would not. It's critical that scenario analyses and in turn, the preparation of recovery and orderly wind down plans occur during business as usual operations and not during times of stress in order to ensure thorough preparation and planning. I've remarked before, and among the many lessons learned from the 2008 financial crisis, the interconnectedness of our global financial system is one of, if not the single, most important lesson. All risk analyses must include a holistic examination of the systemic relationships throughout all of our financial markets. The proposal would require a CIDCO and Subpart C DCO to identify its financial and operational interconnectedness and interdependencies for resilient staffing arrangements, governance structure, and any contracts or agreements subject to alteration in the event of an orderly wind down. The proposal also requires each CIDCO and Subpart C DCO to assess the full range of options for recovery and orderly wind down, to test the plans, and to notify clearing members when recovery or wind down is initiated. In light of recent market events, the proposal before us today would require all DCOs, not just CIDCOs and Subpart C DCOs, to submit viable plans for orderly wind down. The wind down plan requirements for non-CIDCOs that are not Subpart C DCOs are similar in that the plan must identify scenarios, triggers, and available tools. Finally, the proposal expands on existing regulations requiring CIDCOs and Subpart C DCOs to have procedures in place for providing the Commission with information needed for resolution planning. In the spirit of regulatory transparency, this proposal identifies categories of information that a CIDCO or Subpart C DCO would be required to provide to the Commission for such planning. Certainly look forward to the public submission of comments and feedback on this proposal as we move it forward and take all matters and comments into consideration. So with that, I'll ask a few questions before I turn to Commissioner Johnson. And Eric, this perhaps is for you or Bob, but I'll leave it to the two of you to decide, even Clark as well. There's naturally always a debate in the regulatory space and rulemaking about the level of prescription that a regulator applies versus the level of discretion that a regulator allows in any context. In the context of the rule that we're considering, help me understand the approach that you took, the level of prescription that was essentially, and here, as we're here considering this rule, applied, and what level of discretion is in fact permitted to allow the DCOs to make decisions that are more bespoke to the operations that they have and the issues that they face.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the rule, as Eric mentioned, is very detailed in terms of the planning process. And so there is a great deal of work that the DCOs will need to do, particularly the CIDCOs and the Subpart C DCOs, in analyzing scenarios, in looking at tools, in looking at implications. So that will have there's a lot of requirements around the planning process. However, I think it's important to emphasize that the proposed rule not only permits the DCO to exercise significant discretion in designing the plans and in their execution, it in fact anticipates it. And so, for instance, the proposal calls for the recovery and orderly wind down plans to describe the tools that the DCO expects to use and the order in which they would be expected to be used. The proposal also calls for the DCO's plan to describe the processes that will guide the DCO's discretionary decision-making. Accordingly, the proposal combines very detailed requirements for the planning process with great flexibility in designing and executing those plans.
So just let's break this down a little bit. In my interpretation of your response is you have to have plans and process. We'll leave it to you, within reason, to decide how to plan and what the process will be, given the unique nature of your institution as it relates to other institutions.
I think that's right. I think, to pick up on what Commissioner Pham said in her opening remarks, there's a great deal of planning to demonstrate that your plan is, that your arrangements are built to code. But in determining how many rooms you have and what color they're painted and whatever, there is a great deal of discretion. I should not go too far in that analogy, not being an architect, but the point is there's a great deal of discretion, again, in both what the plans are and especially in the execution.
The framework that we establish in the sense of wanting these institutions to establish a plan and a process is one that, in your view, is time-tested, or has been one that is just evaluated and agreed upon by other international regulators?
It's an interesting question. I guess what I would say is this. I mean, we are fortunate in that certainly the US DCOs, right, have been, their default management processes have been very, very effective. And so we've never gotten close to recovery, right? We have never used the default funds, let alone gotten into the recovery, which goes beyond what's pre-funded. On the other hand, so I think to a certain extent, recovery plans are somewhat untested for good reason and frankly, a happy reason. On the other hand, we have seen all too often, most recently in March, what happens when you have inadequate planning. And that experience teaches us that failing to plan has some very bad effects.
Thanks, Bob. Important note, and I hope that discussion between myself and Bob is informative to commenters and those who are subject to this proposal, assuming it gets through, that I think the intent isn't certainly to create a foundation through plans and processes, but to leave it to the institution and their own discretion, given the unique nature, again, of their institution, to highlight the details of how that plan and that process will play out in hopefully a situation that never does occur. And we've been fortunate not to have that occur thus far. With that, I'm going to turn to a second question around non-subpart C DCOs. And how does the rule, and this sort of dovetails off of the first question, how does the rule respect the unique nature, and I think in the case of contrasting non-SIDCOs, subpart C DCOs versus SIDCOs themselves, how does the rule appreciate the difference between the two and treat the two so that they can apply the proposed rules appropriately to their institution?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I think it is very important, and I will say the inspiration for adding this wind-down requirement for the non-subpart C DCOs, quite frankly, came last November when we had the issue with FTX and there were concerns raised around their regulated subsidiary. I will say that thanks in part to our regulation of LedgerX and the work of my colleagues in examinations, those fears were not realized, and LedgerX was sold outside of the bankruptcy just this past month. But we are very concerned to make sure that if any of these non-subpart C DCOs fails, they do so in an orderly fashion. We're reminded that the members of these DCOs in many cases are retail participants, though not formally customers, and we have always had a very high priority to protect retail participants. But recognizing important differences in the complexity of those DCOs, the requirements are very much more streamlined. And so, for instance, the SIDCOs and subpart C DCOs are required to have both plans for recovery and orderly wind down. For the non-subpart C DCOs, because they are less likely, frankly, to have serious adverse effects on financial stability, they only need to have plans for orderly wind down. We're not requiring them to have plans to recover and continue their operations as going concerns. And as well, they don't need to cover those commonly applicable scenarios that we speak of in the recovery plans. Whereas the more complex DCOs need to test the viability of their plans, the non-subpart C DCOs are testing their ability to implement the tools that the plan relies on. The more complex DCOs are required to involve clearing members in their testing, while the non-subpart C DCOs, recognizing the possibility, frankly, that the number of clearing members would make that impracticable, are not so required. And so overall, we think that the costs of planning for orderly wind down will likely be proportionate to the complexity of the DCO, and that these DCOs will generally be significantly less complex than the SIDCOs and the Subpart C DCOs.
Thanks, Bob. Again, seems consistent with what we discussed in the first question about being mindful of the both complexity and the nature of each institution to the extent we can. But again, we welcome comments if we can approve upon that. Last question, Part 190, we approved amendments back in 2020. Part 190 deals with bankruptcy of commodity brokers. Anything to add as it relates to the intersection between those amendments and what we're proposing here today?
Yeah, as you note, back in 2020, we established, those bankruptcy amendments and a new Subpart C, which was tailored to potential DCO bankruptcy. Now, as you will see in the conforming amendments to Part 190 at the back of this rulemaking, that framework directs the bankruptcy trustee to look to the DCO's recovery and orderly wind down plans to the extent reasonable and practicable. So to the extent that those plans are well developed, that will help the trustee. But I will be frank to say that the real goal of this proposed rule is to mitigate the likelihood that we ever get to bankruptcy for a DCO. Experience teaches that no one does well in bankruptcy other than the lawyers and other professionals. Rather, given the importance of DCOs as financial market infrastructures, we are here working to improve an important component of a multi-layered defense, running from margin through default management, pre-funded guarantee fund, recovery, wind down, and ultimately bankruptcy or resolution. Bankruptcy is very much a last resort and not a tool we ever want to have to rely upon.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate that. And again, preparation is our best approach to these events that we hope do not occur. But Eric, thank you. Bob, thank you. Clark, thank you. Commissioner Johnson, I'll now turn to you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you so very much, Eric, Clark, and Bob, for joining us this morning. You're right, Clark, it is still morning. It's a quite long one, in fact. I'd like to just acknowledge at the outset that during periods of persistent stress, DCOs provide services that are critical for continuity in the financial markets they serve. Given the significance of DCOs in our markets, any liquidity or solvency crisis event at a DCO could easily trigger a series of events that might lead to one with significant consequences throughout our entire financial system. Recovery and wind down plans are critical to prevent, as Bob was just describing, this series of events and to mitigate the likelihood of knock-on effects or spillover effects into other markets, stemming the potential losses. It's essential for DCOs to have recovery and orderly wind down plans to prevent significant market disruption and limit widespread risk across our financial system. As the chair alluded in 2010, the Dodd-Frank Act established a framework for over-the-counter derivatives, including swaps, that form the basis of the Commission's authority to promulgate rules for DCOs. Title VII of the Dodd-Frank Act sets out 18 core principles for DCOs, with which DCOs must comply in order to register and maintain registration with the Commission. Our motivation in articulating the principles is to ensure that we reduce risk, increase transparency, and promote market integrity in the financial system. In conjunction, Section 8A5 of the CEA, in conjunction with Section 8A5 of the CEA, Title VII grants the Commission authority to promulgate regulation as necessary to implement and enforce the DCO principles. In 2011, as you are all deeply familiar with, the Commission adopted regulations to implement Title VII of the Dodd-Frank Act. The regulations created regulatory standards for compliance with DCO principles, among them Part 39, which included DCO's Core Principle D, risk management. Core Principle D requires DCOs to have policies and procedures in place to ensure that DCOs will be able to manage risks associated with discharging their responsibility. Over the course of the next several years, not only here in the United States, but globally, we witnessed movement toward harmonization and the development of standards that would facilitate oversight of this increasingly significant group of financial market infrastructure entities or financial market utilities. Under Title VIII of the Dodd-Frank Act introduced a collaborative multi-agency framework for regulating systemically important financial market utilities, providing payment, clearing, and settlement Government Services. Specifically, Section 804 of the Dodd-Frank Act provides for FSOC to have the authority to designate certain FMUs as systemically important. This leads, in part, to the conversation we're having today regarding the best rules, best in practice, blue ribbon rules designed to ensure against and mitigate the likelihood of the risk of the failure of a CIDCO and other, in this context, Subpart C DCOs. Here, I'd like to point out something that the chair highlighted and something that Bob acknowledged in his reflections. In the context of the failure of these types of entities, disorderly failure would likely cause significant disruption in our financial markets, whereas organization and preparation of orderly wind-down plans might, in times of significant stress, prevent such future or knock-on effects or future failures. I'd also acknowledge something Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero said at the outset of our meeting today in her opening remarks. No one plans to fail. That having been acknowledged, what I would suggest is that it's easy to support the proposed rule that DCR has set forth, largely in part because it is designed to mitigate against the likelihood that we could see single points of failure emerge as a result of mandating or establishing compulsory clearing requirements. I'd like to also just raise, for purposes of the discussion, and acknowledge, in the context of this proposed rulemaking, the extent to which in 2014 and 2017, CPMI and CPMI IOSCO recovery guidance ultimately has led to some careful thinking about how we approach the regulation and oversight of the entities at the core of our conversation today, DCOs. I have a couple of quick questions, if I may, Bob, Clark, and Eric, that really grow out of the conversation that we've been having so far. One piece of the puzzle that I'm deeply thoughtful about and acknowledge and believe is critical, likely, to the success of this proposed rulemaking and ultimately the rules that we would establish is the proportionate system that you described, Bob. Acknowledging that there are a diversity of DCOs, that the DCOs operate possibly in a diversity of jurisdictions, and that there is a need in every instance to think carefully about the extent to which discretion is allowed and the extent to which we are establishing a baseline, a threshold, if you will, that will be with which all DCOs will be required to comply. I want to talk just a little bit about the non-CIDCOs and the non-Subpart C DCOs, largely because I think I heard you describe scenarios in which the former, those who are systemically important, those who are Subpart C DCOs, would be put through fairly rigorous standards to establish not only that they have plans organized, but that they've tested those plans, battle-tested, one might say, those plans in a way that would serve us well. I'd also just give a nod in this moment to a note that you offered, Bob, that I think is rather important on two fronts. The first is our examination team historically with DCR and the role that they have played in terms of helping us to understand where best to apply pressure and where best to sort of lean out, if you will. I described Julie and a particular group of examiners recently during a closed meeting as our special forces. I stole that from Ian McKinley. I fully acknowledge that publicly in this space, but I'd love for someone to challenge me later because I think I could describe a few fairly special folks who have effectively stood on the front line actually and in fact in the context of examinations for DCR. My thought here, Bob, is just if you can describe to us how DCR will approach this diversity of DCOs and how we will approach the diversity of expectations regarding their ability to comply. And I think you did in part in responding to the chair's question. If you just say a bit more specifically about those that are not systemically important or not Subpart C DCOs, specifically about the flexibility that you envisioned for their oversight.
So on this, obviously, I speak, under the control of Clark and others. I guess what I would say is this, that I think on the one hand, it's important to recognize that the requirements for the non-Subpart C DCOs are, as Eric mentioned, as I mentioned, reduced in certain ways. Mm-hmm. The other thing, I guess, to focus on is that the nature of the exercise that has gone through this planning process is in many ways going to be proportionate to the complexity of the DCO. Mm-hmm. And so to the extent the DCO is less complex, the planning process, I think, would proceed more quickly. I mean, in terms of supervision, on the one hand, there is obviously, top priority in terms of focusing on our CIDCOs and the most complex DCOs within the very limited resources and, that we have. On the other hand, one of the things that I've seen a lot of times is that it's sometimes those second or perhaps third order risks that really come out and bite you. And again, SVB, I think, was proof of that pudding. And so, I leave obviously to Clark and to Julie the very thankless and difficult task of spreading a very thin layer of peanut butter over a very large area of bread.
I'm happy to hear, Clark, if you want to share more. A peanut butter analogy it's making me a bit hungry at lunchtime, but I'm happy to have whatever you'd share.
Well, I think that you can imagine the debates that we have in DCR about how to fashion rulemakings and how to fashion where we want to go. And I think that speaking for all of you, even though you haven't said it, I think we all can agree that planning is a good thing and failure to plan is not a good thing. And we can start with a very broad concept like that. Now, I think we can also all agree, because it was demonstrated, I think, in our governance rulemaking, that not all clearinghouses are alike, and therefore they need discretion. And so discretion is an important thing. So the hard part then is getting to the dichotomy, as the chairman said, between prescription and discretion. And what I like about the fact that we're having a proposal today is the feedback. The feedback is important. It's instructive. As much as we think we know, the fact is that we don't run these organizations. They have profits to make, they have staff to manage, they have market risks of all kinds. And I think when you allow people who have all that experience with their own particular organization to speak forth and say what you're planning on or what you're asking for makes sense to us or doesn't make sense to us is important for us to understand. So I think you can then see Bob and me. I think I end up being probably the one that argues for practical implementation, and I think Bob is the person who likes to think way far out to all the possible things that could happen. And in fact, we've all witnessed in the last 5 years, it isn't just a black swan that arrived, but we've had flocks of black swans arriving. And that's unprecedented to have that many black swans at one time. And so to Bob's credit, thinking through all the things that might be able to happen, how do we distill that into actionable results for rulemaking? And I think that's what this proposal is about. To think broadly, to think creatively, to ask the very broad questions that appear difficult, to then have people instruct us as to what seems reasonable to them. So I think your question is the right one, and I think that's where we're trying to head with this proposal, that right balance between prescription and discretion.
Thanks so much, Clark. That's fantastic. I'll just say really quickly that these entities, as I highlighted, are at the center of our markets, but also, as was very well illustrated in 2008, deeply embedded in financial markets. So the role that you all play in helping to manage the risk and to ensure orderly oversight of any wind down is critical. I also want to just acknowledge and advocate for, in this particular moment, as we're on a more public stage, additional funding and support, not just for the Commission, but very explicitly as we think about the necessity of moving beyond Cover 1 and Cover 2 and thinking about moving beyond SIDCOs to Subpart C DCOs and even beyond, to appreciating that risk, as you said so eloquently, Clark, can happen not just in the context of one tail event, but we could have multiple black swans in any given moment, or a series of disruptive events that really can impact markets deeply. So thank you so much for sharing that, and I'm hopeful someone from Congress is listening carefully as we describe how important the work that we do is. Finally, I just want to say, highlighting something that you mentioned, the Ledger X order and sort of the very invaluable work that the Commission staff did in 2017 in thinking about how best to bring forward certain types of protections that exist for the most vulnerable customers, but also probably good guardrails, even where we have sophisticated market participants that were brought forward in the context of that order and directly applied, if you will, to a more novel market structure requiring treatment of funds, requiring separation of assets for purposes of customer funds, or segregation, as we would say in the intermediated context of assets, limitations on reinvestment of assets, the necessity of having financial reserves set aside in the context of the need for an orderly wind down, all of that forethinking, that careful effort that the staff has undertaken under your supervision, Clark, really makes plain how wonderfully thoughtful you are and how critical the work you do is, not just to those of us here at the Commission or in our markets, but more broadly, nationally and internationally. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero.
Thank you. Let me echo the thanks for the work that this team does, all of DCR does, and all of our staff do to try to keep our markets functioning well. As I said at the opening, no one expects to fail, but the lessons from 2008 highlight how quickly contagion can spread between highly interconnected institutions. As the Special Inspector General for TARP, I reported to Congress on the decisions made to save too big to fail Wall Street institutions. We found a massive failure in planning and shock from institutions and regulators that were caught unaware of dangerous interconnections. The government intervened with bailouts to avoid the chaos from disorderly bank failures that would hurt Main Street. Fast forward to 2023, where the financial institutions and regulators were once again shocked by bank failures that required government intervention. Once again, the lack of planning was apparent, and government intervention was intended to help Main Street. I testified before the Senate in 2014 about Dodd-Frank Act provisions, including provisions for living wills. I said that I strongly supported the Dodd-Frank Act's dual approach, frontline measures aimed at keeping the largest financial institutions safe and sound, and a last-line defense aimed at letting a company fail without damaging the economy. I support the proposed rule today because it does just that. It strengthens both frontline measures and the last line of defense. The rule expands our requirements for orderly wind-down plans from a handful to all, ranging from those deemed systemically important to new or future entrants, such as those who are digital asset focused. I support the proposed rule because it has two major benefits. First, just as with bank living wills, it decreases the likelihood that any failure will be disorderly, chaotic, or require government intervention, thereby protecting financial stability. In other words, the last line of defense. Second, the exercise of creating and maintaining the plans with the proposed requirements could help to prevent failures by shoring up areas of potential existential risk and giving the Commission insight into risk exposure. In other words, frontline measures. As to the last line of defense, when I testified to Congress in 2014 about bank living wills, I said that it was crucial for regulators and institutions to make use of what was missing in the crisis: time. Time to understand the interconnections and the risks they pose and limit any dangerous risks so they are not caught unaware again. In supporting the expansion of orderly wind-down plans to all clearinghouses, I am reminded of one of my interviews with Secretary Timothy Geithner. Secretary Geithner told me, "What size and mix of business do you classify as systemic? It depends too much on the state of the world at the time. You won't be able to make a judgment about what's systemic and what's not until you know the nature of the shock." The fact that the government intervened in bank failures this year emphasizes that disorderly failures of even non-systemic financial players can cause chaos and potentially harm regular people. Additionally, this month, our nation faced challenges with the debt ceiling, which would have had substantial impacts which may not be planned for by all institutions. And as Clark said today, our markets have faced multiple black swan events in the last few years. By requiring orderly wind-down plans for all and adopting the proposed standardized requirements before a crisis hits, we can better understand which market stresses might cause severe disruptions and how a failure may spread across derivatives markets, the financial system, and even the economy. We can then ensure that clearinghouses effectively manage risk. As to the frontline measures, it's been said that those who fail to plan to fail. But when it comes to financial stability, planning to fail is actually one of the best ways to avoid failing. I support the proposed rule with its specific requirements of what these orderly wind-down plans should include because it can help mitigate the risk of failure and prevent the need to ever rely on plans. I testified before Congress in 2014 saying that I encourage regulators to use living wills to build a comprehensive roadmap of interconnections to capture the common risks, linkages, and interdependencies in the financial system. I support that the proposed rule requires the inclusion of interconnections and interdependencies. Our registrants include clearinghouses and applicants focus on digital assets, including some where members are retail customers. Given the highly interconnected nature of that industry and our lack of visibility into unregulated affiliates, we could find ourselves without the information needed to identify affiliate risk and supervise the management of that risk. This was most notably experienced with registered clearinghouse LedgerX, an affiliate of FTX. Additionally, an increase in cyber attacks, including the one on Ion Markets, show how increasing reliance on third-party services and providers can create new avenues for disruption. By requiring clearinghouses to identify interdependencies and interconnections, potential triggering events, document how they will monitor these triggers, and conduct stress scenario analysis, this proposal encourages a systemic perspective that would help clearinghouses and the Commission steer away from trigger events and more comprehensively manage what would otherwise be existential risk. The proposal also requires clearinghouses to test wind-down plans. I look forward to hearing comments about whether there are situations where the participation of stakeholders other than clearing members should be required. Clearinghouses can only identify failures caused by risks that they consider and review. The proposed rule would require assessing a broad range of risks. I look forward to hearing from commenters about whether there are any other areas that might help us promote the resilience of clearinghouses and protect against chaotic failures. Finally, unlike bank living wills, there is no formal review or acceptance requirement for these wind-down plans, but that does not excuse us from a responsibility to carefully scrutinize the plan. In 2011, I testified before Congress that rules are only as effective as their application, and that ultimately we rely on the courage of the regulators to protect our nation's broader financial system. And there I was once again testifying on bank living wills. We should have the courage to use these plans as a roadmap for our own vigilant oversight and a guide for where we should focus efforts to bolster resilience to market stresses. I welcome comment on all aspects of the proposal, especially those recommending additional ways we can promote financial stability. So I am supportive of the proposed rule. Two quick questions. Thank you. How would we, because there's no provision in the proposed rule for acceptance or approval, how would you ensure that the submitted plans meet all the requirements and also ensure that the wind down that is planned would in fact be orderly?
So for this, thank you, Commissioner, for that question. No, for this, basically, you're correct. We don't approve the plans ex ante, as for instance, our colleagues at the SEC do. Instead, we rely on, frankly, my colleague Julie and her team to basically do their reviews of the, when they examine the DCO.
Okay, so then separately, how would the division plan to integrate what's in these plans into a broader supervision and oversight activities before faced with potential failure? In other words, those frontline measures I was talking about, like identifying interconnections and interdependencies and looking at potential trigger points, how would the division sort of plan to integrate this into its supervision of clearinghouses?
So again, on this one, I speak under the control of others, but I think it's important to note that frequently the people who, within Julie's teams are focused on specific DCOs. And so you have the same people who are looking both at, orderly wind down plans and recovery plans on the one hand, and the default management plans and other aspects of DCO compliance. And so certainly, on the one hand, I think, and as I think was alluded to before, the process of developing these plans by the DCOs is likely to have side benefits of helping them see essentially what their points of vulnerability are. I think equally the process of reading and reviewing these plans from a supervisory perspective by people who are also involved in looking at other frontline issues is likely to help those people and essentially to see the connections between what happens in these extreme events and what happens in business as usual.
That's very good to hear. I would hope that we'd be able to do that throughout the division, not just the examination team, but hopefully we can use what we find in these. We might see common linkages, we might see common interdependencies, and that will help us be able to determine potential contagion effect that could be beyond one particular clearinghouse. I also want to appreciate those clearinghouses that have been doing these wind down plans, these orderly wind down plans, and are very familiar. I'm sure they have best practices that our team can also help use as well as if this rule goes forward in final fashion and we move forward while allowing for the flexibility that my colleagues have discussed. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Mercier?
Thanks. I want to make an important clarification about the consideration or the proposal we're considering today. We are not debating whether or not a CIDCO or a Subpart C DCO should be required to engage in a thoughtful planning for recovery and wind down. That's been decided. They are required to do so now. In fact, they've been required to do so since 2013. And over the past decade, the CIDCOs and Subpart C DCOs have spent considerable time and resources developing viable plans for recovery and orderly wind down. And this isn't a one-time event. They're not allowed to let those plans grow stale. Our current regulations require CIDCOs and Subpart C DCOs to maintain those plans. And our rules also require that the revising and updating of those plans and taking steps to develop the strategies, including adopting changes in their rule books, in order to explicitly set forth tools they would use when they would use them for these plans. The CFTC has engaged with the CIDCOs and Subpart C DCOs on the contents of those plans and associated rules, and we've done so through approving rule changes and conducting examinations. So I don't believe that the benefits of the rule changes in this proposal outweigh the cost of implementing them. Worse, I believe the proposal's prescriptive requirements would undermine the ability of CIDCOs and Subpart C DCOs to manage risks during business as usual and appropriately plan for recovery and orderly wind down. I'm also concerned that the proposal would require every DCO to consider as a potential trigger for recovery or orderly wind down a scenario that some DCOs might be able to manage during business as usual, which in my opinion is a much preferred outcome. This isn't just semantics. There is a distinction between whether a DCO can manage a specific factual circumstance during business as usual, or whether that fact pattern would trigger recovery and orderly wind down. And that has significant financial and governance implications. In fact, we already require a DCO to have tools and resources in its recovery plan to address the scenario that the DCO has determined it can manage during business as usual. And by requiring that planning to be done through recovery and wind down, those resources and tools are then required to be set aside for recovery and by definition are no longer available to manage the situation during business as usual. Not only is this inefficient, counterproductive, you're undermining the focus of the DCO's risk management during business as usual. It's the DCO, not the commission, that is in the best position to determine what risks it can manage during business as usual and what risks should trigger the use of a recovery and or orderly wind down plan and to allocate its resources appropriately. The proposal would also require recovery and orderly wind down plans to consider potentially limitless sets of scenarios. The proposal discussed planning scenarios around default risk and non-default risk to which the DCO is exposed. And while the preamble does spend a significant amount of time talking about the variety of risk-inducing scenarios, we don't define the terms default risk and non-default risk. And without some sort of limiting language, that phrase is going to require a DCO to consider every risk to which it might possibly be exposed in its recovery and orderly wind-down plans. The proposal further goes on to require each SIDCO and subpart DCO to identify scenarios that may prevent it from meeting its obligations or providing its critical services as an ongoing concern and in its recovery and wind-down plans. I think that's a pretty low threshold and can capture anything and almost everything. I also think there's a discussion around triggers and the risks, the scenarios, and the triggers, and I'm not sure there's a clear distinction between what's a risk, what's a scenario, and what's a trigger in this proposal. I also just want to highlight the definition in the proposal for orderly wind down talks about the permanent cessation of one or more of the DCO's critical operations or services. This is done in a manner that would not increase the risk of significant liquidity, credit, or operational problems that would spread among financial institutions or markets and thereby threaten the stability of the U.S. financial service system. I think we already have such a process. The bankruptcy of a DCO pursuant to Chapter 7 of the U.S. Bankruptcy Code and Part 90 of Commission regulations. In fact, the Commission engaged in an extensive effort just a few years ago to update Part 90. So I think the fundamental premise of the proposal that every DCO offers one or more services that is so critical that the sale, transfer, or permanent cessation of that service would threaten the stability of the U.S. financial system, thereby justifying the requirement that every DCO develop an orderly wind-down plan to avoid it is a questionable premise. I also note that in the preamble, we state that the proposal acknowledges that the failure of a DCO that is neither a SIDCO or a Subpart C is less likely to have serious adverse effects on the financial stability of the U.S. And that because of this, the Commission is not proposing to require these DCOs to maintain recovery plans. However, we are requiring those DCOs to expend significant time and resources to maintain and submit to the Commission a plan to effect the permanent cessation, sale, or transfer of one or more of its critical operations or services in a manner that would not increase the risk of significant liquidity, credit, or operational problems spreading among financial institutions or markets and thereby threatening the stability of the U.S. financial service. And just as I do not believe that every DCO would need an orderly wind-down plan that has its roots in protecting the stability of the U.S. financial services, the stability of the U.S. financial system, I also don't see the purpose in having a DCO applicant submit an orderly wind-down plan to the CFTC as part of its application. We are asking applicants to plan for going out of business before we have even given them permission to go into business. I also want to quickly address some concerns I have around the scope of information the Commission could demand from SIDCOs and Subpart C DCOs under the proposal, with the goal of the Commission providing this information to the FDIC for purposes of resolution planning. We are the primary regulators of SIDCOs and Subpart C DCOs. We can already request and receive information necessary to appropriately oversee these entities. Additionally, according to 39.9C2, each SIDCO and Subpart C DCO already must have procedures for providing the Commission and the FDIC with information needed for the purposes of resolution planning. The proposal goes on and talks about 6 types of information that each SIDCO and Subpart DCO would be required to provide upon request, and then even adds another category that's all-encompassing, saying any other information deemed appropriate to plan for resolution under Title II of Dodd-Frank. I cannot support giving a government regulator, let alone 2 government regulators, unlimited access to information. especially when that information is being collected for the purpose of providing it to a federal regulator that is not the entity's primary regulator. And I'm unmoved and certainly not comforted by the assertion that someone, it's not clear who, must deem this information appropriate before requesting it or sharing it with the FDIC. And just to mention, to comment on something Commissioner Golseth-Romero mentioned about increased cyber risks. Those increased cyber risks are not limited to DCOs. Those also apply to the government. And I am concerned that in light of today's increased cybersecurity risk, as we collect and store more information, that at some point we have to wonder if that is a safe and secure way to manage things, and whether or not that we should be collecting this information for something that may occur at some point in time, or it may not even materialize. So with that, I again want to acknowledge that I do have great respect for DCR staff and Bob and Clark and Eric, and I know you guys worked very hard on this, and I don't want my criticism to be taken as a criticism of your work or your commitment. But I have a great respect for the Commission's long history of implementing principles-based regulations and allowing our regulated entities the flexibility to build the appropriate policies and procedures that are best suited for their unique business to satisfy those principles. And unfortunately, this proposal supplants prescriptions for principles and regulatory constraints for flexibility. And I know I've taken up a lot of time, so I'm just going to ask a couple of quick questions. One is, so going back to the definition of orderly wind down, and we have this definition, it's the actions of a derivatives clearing organization to effect the permanent cessation or sale or transfer of one or more of its critical services in a manner that would not increase the risk of significant liquidity, credit, or operational problems spreading among financial institutions or markets, and thereby threatening the stability of the U.S. financial system. So my question is, can a DCO entering bankruptcy under Part 190 of the Commission's regulations be an orderly wind down strategy?
I think I would say that a bankruptcy is actually a fairly hard landing. And what we're looking for in orderly wind down is a soft landing. And so, for instance, I think, having a non-subpart C DCO, on the one hand, I think you're right that it's much less likely that they're going to have those kinds of systemic impacts. On the other hand, I would say, therefore, that having them in an orderly fashion cease operation and basically close all their contracts, distributing the funds back, in a planned manner to their participants would be very unlikely to have that effect, on financial stability, and so it would be for them a fairly low bar to climb over. I think certainly having a plan to distribute funds outside of bankruptcy is much more efficient and much more helpful to the participants than having to go through a bankruptcy procedure where, among other things, it would have to be a Chapter 7 procedure with a trustee appointed, and it would, I think, be much more involved. Frankly, I was just seeing, for instance, the Peregrine bankruptcy of an FCM, which started in 2012, is still going on. And so I think it is, frankly, much better for the participants, including retail participants, if a DCO, including a non-subpart C DCO, has a plan to essentially fold up its tent in an orderly fashion and cease operations outside of bankruptcy.
So if this proposal were to take effect as it's written now, are there any circumstances under which a DCO would ever enter a bankruptcy proceeding subject to 190 of our regulations?
The goal here, frankly, is to mitigate the likelihood that that happens. And so, particularly in the context of a non-default loss, Can I exclude the possibility that, right, they're supposed to have a viable wind down plan. A viable wind down plan is not a perfect wind down plan. It is a viable wind down plan. And thus the possibility exists that it could fail. The purpose here, though, is to, as much as possible through a thorough planning process, mitigate the likelihood that the wind down fails.
Thank you. And just one other thing I want to quickly highlight, and there's been a lot of discussion about discretion and flexibility in this proposal. And I think maybe I have a different definition of discretion, where we point out discretion in the proposed text. A lot of times that is followed by a long list of things that we require the SIDCOs and the subpart DCOs to submit to the commission as to why and how they made their decision, or where they use discretion and how they use discretion. And to me, that doesn't feel like discretion at all. That feels pretty directive. In fact, in one place where we say that the DCOs have the discretion to decide on which tools to include in their set of tools, we go on to list 5 things that they should consider when they are coming up with that set of tools and how the tools will be used. And likewise, when we talk about flexibility, we say we want to give them flexibility, but then we go on to say that needs to include a complete description analysis of all these tools, and where they have where they have the pre-funded financial resources, or what scenarios that are identified by the DCOs where they don't have those resources. And then we further go on to talk about the discretion of whether or not a tool is mandatory or voluntary, but then say we have to have a discussion around the governance process for determining which tools to use and to what extent. So I just wanted to point out, I feel like some of the highlights of discretion and flexibility in this proposal are not really that they are directives, and even though we say you have the discretion to make a decision, we have a lot of thoughts and requirements on how you're going to use that discretion. With that, I'm certain I went way over my time, so I will turn it back to the chairman.
Thanks, Commissioner Mercier. Commissioner Pham?
Thank you very much. I wanted to set a timer, first of all, so that way I keep track of how long I'm going. And I wanted to echo a lot of the comments and considerations that Commissioner Mercier just laid out, because I do think it's very important for us to think about how we regulate and to approach things from not just an abstract or perhaps an academic or theoretical perspective, but to consider how will our registered entities and registrants actually implement the requirements that we lay out. And indeed, that is from the penance that I served from having to implement the Dodd-Frank rulemakings that I worked upon when I was at the commission before. And I feel like today we're actually continuing a discussion that, as others have noted, began first with the 2013 rulemaking for SIDCOs and Part C, Subpart C DCOs, which in fact I worked upon with Bob about 10 years ago. So it's good to continue the discussion, and it's good to look at our rules and to refresh them and update them as necessary to reflect developments, including international standard setting and the CPMI IOSCO recovery guidance that was issued in 2017. So certainly DCR has made me do my homework. I have gone and reread the PFMIs, I read the recovery guidance, and I looked at Title VIII, and I considered how has the United States approached the implementation of the PFMIs, and how have we addressed the financial stability and systemic risks that were identified and addressed through Title 8 of the Dodd-Frank Act? And so something that's important to consider as we look at this space is that for systemically important clearinghouses, or not just clearinghouses actually, for FMIs, which we have identified as designated financial market utilities, those are regulated by actually 3 different primary regulators in the United States. And so what are these designated financial market utilities? It includes the CCPs that are DCOs that we regulate, but it also includes trade repositories, payment systems, and central securities depositories. And this is all what the international community has determined to be an essential component to preserving financial stability in the global financial markets. So when I looked at this rulemaking, I thought about it from an outcomes-based approach. So since the 3 regulators, the Fed, and the SEC, all have to achieve the same outcomes of implementing the international PFMIs as well as Title 8, how has each agency addressed that? How have they approached it? And so I did look at the Fed's regulation HH, and I also reviewed the SEC's recent proposal for their recovery and wind down plans for their clearing agencies. So I think all of that is really important, and I don't know what the answer is to this particular point, but I do encourage our staff as well as the staffs at the other agencies to further consider how do we have greater alignment or consistency for our 3 agencies' approach to implementing these same requirements, right? We all have to get to the same destination in the end. And perhaps as Commissioner Mersinger has very descriptively laid out, our rule is much longer than the SEC's proposal. I think that the SEC has perhaps 3.5 pages of rule text in their approach, but I also appreciate the thoroughness that has gone into how the staff has considered every line of the CPMI IOSCO recovery guidance and sort of incorporated those thoughts into our rule. So with that, I would like to go into a rather detailed discussion of all of my comments on this rulemaking, and again, thanking very much the staff, Bob and Eric and Clark, in working with me over a pretty lengthy amount of time in addressing these detailed comments. So one thing I wanted to tackle first was definitions. I did appreciate that in this proposal, we do attempt to align our definition for orderly wind down with that in Reg HH, as well as looking at the SEC proposal. Thank you for taking my comments on that. I feel like we ended up in a good place with this definition, but I welcome commenters to address that. Another definition that we spent a lot of time on was legal risk, and having had to manage legal risk as a practitioner and implement governance risk and control frameworks, this is something I spent a lot of time thinking about. So I drew upon, my own experience with risk governance frameworks for legal risk, and I also looked at other aspects of the CFTC rules where we address legal risk for swap dealers and FCMs, as well as the Basel Committee publications on operational risk, since legal risk is a subset of operational risk, as well as the aforementioned recovery guidance, and then the Fed's definition of legal risk, although that is for financial institutions. So what I had proposed and my suggested language, and I appreciate your taking my suggested language, was, quote, losses arising from legal, regulatory, or contractual obligations. So I really encourage commenters to take a look at this proposed definition for legal risk. It does build upon some statements in the recovery guidance, and to weigh in if this is an appropriate definition or if there is a better or alternate formulation. And of course, Bob added a little bit to that, of course, but I appreciate people looking at that. Another topic I wanted to address was around recovery scenarios. And so I do think, and again, echoing some of Commissioner Mersinger's sentiments, that the recovery scenarios that the DCOs need to address ought to have some type of materiality threshold. So for example, that the scenarios need to be, perhaps have like a significant likelihood of being triggered, or to evaluate whether, multiple scenarios happening at the same time would pose a material risk to the DCO. So I think I would like to have commenters weigh in on if there's a way to provide some tailoring around the recovery scenarios and how many and which they have to address, although I do think that is provided for in the proposal, but I'd like people to weigh in on that. Turning to resolution planning, and again, Commissioner Mersinger has talked about this at some length. I think it's really important to think about the respective roles and responsibilities of the CFTC as the primary regulator over our DCOs and the FDIC as the resolution authority under Title II. And again, from my own personal experience with the FDIC and their resolution authority over banks, I understand the need for the FDIC to be able to carefully engage in resolution planning because, as others have noticed, the financial stability risk posed by particularly SIDCOs is something that cannot be overstated. I don't know what is a double or triple black swan event, but it's probably something like that. But I do think that around the FDIC access to information, I note that in a lot of places, our proposal requires that the SIDCOs provide voluminous documentation directly to the CFTC on an ex-ante basis. And I'm concerned about this for a couple of different reasons. From one perspective, I'm concerned that we are shifting the level of management, accountability, and responsibility from the management of the SIDCOs, where it should be, to us. I don't know that we should be the first ones to be receiving, for example, voluminous legal documentation and reviewing it and considering whether or not it's important for resolution planning or giving it to the FDIC for them to do that. I think it's important that the SIDCO's own management identify and mitigate their legal risks and review their legal contracts. And in fact, I don't recall another situation in which that type of documentation is in fact provided to the regulator to hold on to. I think it's more common for regulated entities to be required to maintain an inventory of such documentation to obviously mitigate the legal risks associated with those contracts or contractual obligations, and for the regulator to periodically inspect or examine their management of the legal risk, to review a sample of those contracts if necessary. And so I think that I'd like to hear from commenters if that is an approach that would make sense here, and it's informed, of course, by my experience being at a bank and a GSIB at that. Moving on to information about clearing members, I have a question, although we've already discussed it, so maybe not for right here. But generally speaking, the information about clearing members that's requested as part of the resolution planning aspect of the proposal, I do wonder if we already have this information and what is the most efficient way to collect it. And I just want to make sure that we're being thoughtful in only requesting the information that we truly need, as opposed to something that we might already have within the four corners of this building. Specifically on interconnections and interdependence with internal and external service providers, again, here was a requirement that this information was provided directly to us in order for the FDIC to identify contracts and agreements for services that are not resolution resilient. Again, I wonder if the burden shifting is being put upon the regulator instead of the management of the entity in the first instance. And another example is producing copies of licenses and licensing agreements to us for us to provide to the FDIC. I don't know any other regulator that keeps its own inventory of business licenses and licensing agreements. Moving to orderly wind down plans, there is a requirement around critical operations and services provided by and to DCOs. And the wind down plan is required to identify in the proposal Ancillary service providers, just for those watching and listening, this does refer to fourth parties, which some have called the next frontier in third-party risk management. And so I encourage commenters to address whether or not this is an appropriate way to deal with the risk from fourth parties or if it is overbroad. Regarding annual testing of tools for wind-down plans, I note that not even GSIBs do annual testing of their resolution planning. And so I wonder if there's a more appropriate frequency that would make sense, and I appreciate the staff putting that question into the proposal. And I also noted that it's possible that more than one tool can be used concurrently. So the plan does have a question there about listing the order in which you would use the tool, but I do want people to consider that you could do more than one at the same time. Other aspects of wind down that I was concerned about, it seems to me that the time for implementation that's allowed for in the proposal, which is 6 months, is not sufficient for the incredibly thorough and detailed plans that we are requesting for people to put together. And so I would like people to comment, and thank you for the question, in the proposal around what is an appropriate amount of time to implement these requirements for recovery and wind down plans. And a technical point on the wind down scenarios, there is a requirement there to assess the associated risks to non-defaulting clearing members and their customers and linked FMIs, and I appreciate the staff making some adjustments to that language to reflect a concern I had that because there are clearing members that wouldn't be FCMs doing agency clearing for their customers, but you can have clearing members that are swap dealers and that do self-clearing. And I wouldn't want the rule text to be read in such a way that it would encompass all of the clients, counterparties, and customers of a swap dealer that is unrelated because they're self-clearing, so they're not doing it for the purpose of clearing their positions. Assessing all of that risk, because basically what you have is you could have a big commercial bank that is a swap dealer, that is a member of a DCO, and I don't think that that DCO should be required to assess the risks arising from the retail banking customers of that legal entity, for example. And so I appreciate that the staff considered that as well. I think taking a step back, a lot of times in Washington, we like to use the word one size fits all. And so I'll use it here. I would appreciate commenters reflecting upon, and I appreciate the staff taking my comments on whether or not this is a one-size-fits-all approach to DCO wind-down plans and whether or not we ought to have some tailoring to reflect the different types of DCOs that we have registered with us. For example, fully collateralized DCOs, which have a lesser risk profile. You know, small community banks are not required to do this type of resolution planning as a GSIB, and so I do wonder if there ought to be some type of tailoring or differentiation for the different risk profiles of the DCOs that we have registered with us. With that, I thank you very much for the time and for working with me, and I commend you on the excellent and, again, very thorough and detailed work.
Thanks, Commissioner Pham. Anyone have a second round they'd like to? Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero.
Yeah, I want to thank Commissioner Mercinger and Commissioner Pham for their comments. I listened very intently, and there are, some good points that as we go forward and we see how the comments go, I think are good to keep in mind. One size fits all and the tailoring. I can understand that. I think it must be just very challenging as the staff trying to put together a rule that can cover a clearinghouse that is deemed systemically significant with sort of a very smaller digital asset focused clearinghouse that has different risks, but also risks that could hurt retail customers and all these other things. And so it's tough and it's a challenge. And I think, when it comes to the interconnections and interdependencies, this fourth-party risk is emerging as one of the largest cyber risks out there. So also a challenge on how we deal with that and how much we get. On the documentation requirements that Commissioner Mercinger and Commissioner Pham raised, I take some of that to heart about getting what we need to do our job. And as you know, I want to do as much of our job as we can on the frontline measures and a last line defense with what we get. But I think looking at specifically the underlying documentation and what we need to do that makes sense. And I take Commissioner Mersinger's point on there about the cyber risk there too, which we have our duty to make sure we're shored up. And I know that we're moving to a zero trust architecture, which is very helpful. So I mean, I think I appreciate all the comments that I've heard, and I think this is going to be very interesting from the comment perspective, and also the implementation time. I think may make sense, but that too may not be one size fits all. Maybe that one needs to be tailored too, but for all the reasons that I set forth and all my history in having served as the Special Inspector General for TARP over a decade, I certainly understand and appreciate the need to plan to fail, and I'm supportive of the rule.
Thanks, Commissioner. It goes without saying that we're going to lean on the comments, and to wrap up with a comment that Clark started with, we're going to, as we always do, reflect and really dig into the comments we get from the experts themselves, in the sense that these are the practitioners running DCOs, because as everyone probably heard, among the 5 comments and 5 questions, there's even disagreement and different ways to interpret the text that's in the proposal right now, and how we approach discretion and prescription, and what we want to leave to the DCO versus what we need to do as a regulator to create an environment that is consistent, comparable, and ultimately effective. So this is an important rule. I'm going to put out the rule hopefully shortly, and then get comments, and we'll take those to heart and hopefully move forward with a final rule in the near future. So with that, if there's no further discussion or
Chairman, I do have a question. It's actually a question this time. For the staff. So regarding, again, the approach to the information needed for resolution planning that we will collect and then provide to the FDIC, and I do prefer that we collect the information and then provide it to the FDIC under our MOUs to ensure that Section 8 data is protected, which is provided for in the Commodity Exchange Act. But because the SEC and the Fed, who are the other regulators with primary jurisdiction over their respective DFMOs, do they have similar requirements to aid the FDIC in preparation for a resolution? And how have they addressed this same question, which they have to, the same way that we have to address this question?
So basically, I think it's fair to say that the bilateral work that we've done with the FDIC on resolution planning, I think they've basically been using us first, and with respect to our SIDCOs, and they've not really gotten anywhere near as far in terms of working with our SEC colleagues in terms of their planning for the 4 designated FMUs on their side. And so I think they're at an earlier stage of the process, and so we're not quite there yet. I will note, we're trying to be very transparent as to the information we may request. On the other hand, yes, I think, there is, as commissioners have raised, there's a roles and missions thing and who's supposed to do what. I will say that, the one difference is that whereas with banks, Title I, they need to have their own resolution plans. Here, for DCOs, there is no requirement that they have resolution plans, and so the responsibility lies with the FDIC to do the resolution plans. We can't leave it to the DCO manager, or well, we could, but it's not their responsibility. We do not require it of them. We do not have the statutory authority to require them to have resolution plans like Title I does. The other thing I just wanted to interject, just in terms of the comments and such, we've gotten comments from each of your offices on the document, and I just wanted to I'd be remiss if I didn't express my appreciation for getting those comments, because I think we have a much better document as a result of those comments. And so, you were kind enough to thank us. I would like to thank y'all for those comments, because I think it's a much better document. And as a number of people have alluded to, I think, looking forward, assuming the commission does approve the proposal, to the comments, because I am entirely confident that as a result of those comments, we will have a final proposal that is improved over this. So I just wanted to say thank you in that regard.
Thank you. And I think it's important to consider that although, as you described, the FDIC has the responsibility to formulate resolution plans for our SIDCOs, I think that the management of the entity should absolutely be given the opportunity to have input into the resolution plan. And so again, it is my preference that the information that is requested for resolution planning by the FDIC, I really think that the financial risk and legal risks that that information seems to be intended to address, I really believe that the sound management of that financial risk and legal risk, which includes identification, measurement, monitoring, and controlling those risks, really should be subject to the governance and oversight by the board and senior management of those entities. And that's how it should be done in the first instance before shifting it to the FDIC. Thanks.
I'm going to ask a question, Bob. I know we want to move on here, but I think for purposes of clarity, can you talk a little bit about the role the FDIC plays vis-a-vis the CFTC, vis-a-vis the registrant as it relates to information gathering and collection of information?
Sure. So I will note that, we are the supervisor, and the supervisory information we gather, we act upon. The FDIC's role is, on the one hand, a very, very low probability role, but a very, very high impact role. The idea is, earlier I used the analogy of a safe landing. Well, in the event of resolution, the FDIC is basically going to be, it's like the airplane scenario where you have to have someone step back from the passenger cabin and get into the cockpit to start taking the controls. And so the FDIC's role would be, in this highly, highly unlikely event, literally to be able to step into the cockpit and take the controls. They need to understand what is the design of that cockpit and what it is they might need to do. And, in terms of things like contracts, given that unlike the management, which is continuing with the same legal entity, the FDIC's strategy on these is to form a bridge entity, and thus essentially the functions of the DCO would be moved from DCO Inc. to Resolution, Bridge DCO Inc. And so what they would be needing to look at is what is the impact on those contracts and their ability to continue to use and rely upon the services of having the services now being provided to Bridge DCO Inc. rather than DCO Inc. And so, it is a challenge because, frankly, in working with my friends at the FDIC, sometimes they want perhaps a bit more information than we think is strictly necessary, and we have to be very discreet and, although collegial, in working with them. But that is, I think, an important thing, that their ability to take those controls in that highly unlikely event they speak of resolution weekends for banks. Well, for a DCO, it may not happen on a weekend. And so the ability to have continuity of function, if in the highly unlikely event that they did need to take over, they do need to have enough of an understanding so that they can do that. Thank you.
So, Bob, that is a scenario, but it's a scenario that contemplates resolution, that the entity it's a bridge entity. How about prior to that, in terms of information going to the FDIC or us?
So
what does this rule contemplate?
So this rule is contemplating that basically we would be giving them the information that they need to have.
We would be giving them the information,
yes,
not the regulated entity.
That essentially we would they would come to us and say, look, we need this, this, and this, and then we have discussions about, well, what do you really
Subject
need?
to Section 8, we would give it to them.
Yeah.
Not the registrant.
Just so. The
Okay,
registrant
that's
gives it to us, and then we
Thank
give it to them.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, one question on that very last bit of dialogue, and it'll be a comment. I won't even make it a question. I'll just compliment you, Bob, as is easy to do in this context. I think that, and where the question would have gone would simply have been that there could be a tremendous benefit from sitting in your classroom, if you will, and hearing you describe the distinctions, the legal impact and consequences of the soft landing versus entering into resolution or having filed for bankruptcy protection. I think that here there are many layers of complexity, and you've done a great job in several instances describing, one, the complexity that relates to specific DCOs, then further describing, sort of having distinguished among the diversity of DCOs, appreciating the distinct legal consequences for differing outcomes. And also, I think very early in the discussion, you said part and parcel of the motivation for thinking through the wind down planning is to get to a place where one avoids the necessity of having to, in fact, file for bankruptcy with a federal bankruptcy court and enter into that space where there is, in fact, this bridge entity, potentially alternative management structure, and all of the consequences that would occur for the many contractual relationships that are somehow interwoven or networked through the DCO. So thanks so much for your thoughtfulness around that. I would have asked additional questions because I think this is fascinating, but I appreciate we're out of time. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Commissioner Johnson. We'll proceed to vote on the pending motion to approve and issue the notice of proposed rulemaking on derivative clearing organizations, recovery and orderly wind down plans as presented in the voting draft. Are the commissioners prepared to vote? As it appears the commission is ready to vote, Mr. Kirkpatrick, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion now before the commission is on the approval and issuance of the notice of proposed rulemaking on derivatives clearing organizations, recovery and orderly wind down plans, as presented in the voting draft circulated to the commissioners for this meeting. Commissioner Pham.
I concur.
Commissioner Pham concurs. Commissioner Mercinger.
No.
Commissioner Mercinger votes no. Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero votes aye. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson votes aye. Chairman Behnam.
Aye.
Chairman Behnam votes aye. Mr. Chairman, on this matter, the ayes have 3, the noes have 1, and there is 1 vote to concur.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkpatrick. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and the notice of proposed rulemaking on derivatives clearing organizations, recovery and orderly wind down plans is approved to be issued by the commission. With that, DCR, thank you very much for the morning presentations, Clark, Bob, and Eric as well. And we will now shift to the third part of our day. I'm going to ask and invite staff from the Division of Market Oversight to make a presentation on the notice of proposed rulemaking on amendments to Part 17, large trader reporting requirements. We'll give them a minute to transition. Thank you. All right, welcome back. And as I mentioned, we're going to consider a presentation and a notice of proposed rulemaking on amendments to Part 17, the large trader reporting requirements. And I welcome Owen Copon, Associate Chief Counsel, Division of Market Oversight, to the table. Solo, but please proceed.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for the opportunity to discuss the notice of proposed rulemaking before you that would revise the format in which large trader position reports are submitted to the Commission. Before I get started, I would like to recognize Paul Chaffin for his work on the proposal before you. Although he's not here today, the proposal was a result of significant effort on his part. I would also like to recognize the many data users across the Commission and the Division of Data whose input was key to the production of both the NPRM and the proposed Part 17 guidebook. Dan Prager, Margie Sweet, Ed Wayner, Jim Fay, Robert Stowski, Ken Danger, and Matt Flagg, among many others, significantly contributed to this proposal. This proposed rulemaking would make important updates to the format and content of large trader position reports for futures and options. These reports are a critical data set that are widely used throughout the Commission. The current submission standard and record format for these large trader reports dates back to the 1980s. The proposed rulemaking would facilitate implementation of a data submission standard based on extensible markup language, which would bring reporting of futures and options positions in line with the Commission's other data reporting streams, while also reducing errors and improving data quality. The proposed rulemaking would also revise the data elements included in large trader reports to allow reporting firms to represent innovative futures and options products that cannot currently be represented in these reports, and to allow Commission staff to more effectively analyze position data. These updates will also enable reporting firms to realize significant efficiencies afforded by an updated data submission standard, including by receiving automated feedback on errors and other data quality issues. Large trader position data has long served as a critical component of market surveillance programs run by the Commission. Regulation 17.00 requires Futures Commission merchants, clearing members, foreign brokers, and certain reporting markets to submit end-of-day large trader position reports for special accounts. A special account is an account with an end-of-day position that is at or above the reporting levels set out in the Commission's regulations. In other words, special accounts are those accounts with the largest positions in a particular market. Separate from large trader position reports, the Commission receives other information concerning futures and options trading, including reports providing daily open interest and pricing information under 1601, daily reports of futures and options transaction data under 1602, and information concerning ownership and control of special accounts under 1701. The proposed rulemaking does not change that long-standing reporting scheme. Rather, it updates the data submission standard and data elements required to be included in large trader position reports. Whereas the current format for large trader position reports has remained largely the same since the 1980s, the Commission's other reporting streams for futures and options have virtually all been revised to require reports to be submitted using an updated data submission standard, frequently based on XML. However, the record format for Part 17 large trader position reporting has remained unchanged. Specifically, it currently limits each record to 80 highly specified characters, mirroring records that were once submitted to the Commission on paper punch cards. This record format has several shortcomings. One of the main shortcomings is that the current record format does not support automated notifications of errors or data quality issues to the submitters. As a result, Division of Data staff spend significant time reviewing the data submissions for errors or data quality issues and manually reaching out to submitters. This is incredibly inefficient for both Commission staff as well as reporting firms responding to this feedback. In addition, because the current record format differs from the data submission standards used for submission of other futures and options reporting, it can be difficult to integrate large trader reports with other Commission data sets, including other futures and options related data sets. In addition to setting out a data submission standard, the current Part 17 record format provides the required data elements that comprise large trader position reports. These data elements are fixed and highly specific. As time has passed, designated contract markets have developed new and different contracts with features that were not present in the 1980s. Today, not all contracts are readily susceptible to representation in the current Part 17 record format. For example, a position in a contract with multiple strikes cannot be adequately represented using the current record format because that format only accommodates reporting a single strike. In addition, although the current Part 17 record format collects information concerning the types of transactions that cause day-to-day changes in position, that information is currently reported in an aggregated manner that provides an incomplete picture of the activity that resulted in a change of position. For example, if a special account reduced a position in a particular contract via an exchange of futures for risk done pursuant to the rules of a DCM, the associated report would indicate that some off-exchange transaction occurred, but it would not necessarily identify the type of off-exchange transaction. Moreover, if a special account reduced a position via transfer, the current large trader report would provide no indication as to what activity resulted in the change in position, and it would be unclear whether a special account had, for example, sold contracts or transferred contracts. To address these shortcomings, the proposed rulemaking would revise Part 17 to eliminate the outdated record format for large trader position reports and delegate authority to the Director of the Division of Data to designate a data submission standard. The proposal would also enumerate, in an appendix to Part 17, an updated list of data elements required to be reported. Commission staff would publish a related Part 17 guidebook, which would contain the designated data submission standard and would also set out the form and manner for reporting the data elements enumerated in the proposed appendix. This guidebook will be published on the Commission's website contemporaneously with the publication of the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. That proposed guidebook will designate FixML as the data submission standard for Part 17 large trader position reports. This standard is currently used for reporting futures and options transaction data, ownership and control data, and various swap data required to be reported under the Commission's swap reporting regulations. In conclusion, staff believe the proposed rulemaking before you today would provide significant benefits to both market participants and Commission staff. Implementing a modern data submission standard should, in the first instance, reduce errors resulting from the current Part 17 record format. Moreover, automated feedback from the Commission will greatly benefit reporting firms and the reporting processes. And finally, the proposed data elements will allow reporting firms to represent large trader positions in a manner that more accurately reflects those positions. That concludes my opening statement. Thank you for the opportunity to present the proposed rulemaking.
Thanks, Owen. Appreciate it. And thanks to Paul. And also thanks to Vince McGonigal, DMO Director, and those in the Division of Data as well. I know this is a big effort across multiple divisions, but one that's important and can often get left behind, but is critical to the agency being able to do its job effectively in the data space. So to formally open the Commission's discussion and consideration of the matter just presented by Owen, I'll now entertain a motion for the approval and issuance of the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking on amendments to Part 17 Large Trader Reporting Requirements as presented in the voting draft circulated to the Commissioners for this meeting.
So moved.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly seconded that the Commission approve the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking and issue it for publication. Floor is now open for the Commission deliberations on this matter. I'll begin, and as typical, we'll go down in order of seniority. Again, Owen, thank you for the presentation. And just one very quick question. As I alluded to earlier, markets are constantly changing, data is constantly changing. We, as regulators, are often catching up. This is a big step for us, and you mentioned a few times how this is a process that really started in the 80s. So, 40 years ago, and here we are. What are we doing, or how did we think about this rule in the context of ensuring we don't have to play catch-up decades later, and that we can be a little bit more agile in keeping up with the market as it both matures and evolves?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, for that question. I think staff, sort of in the first line of that, certainly endeavored to account for as many reporting situations as possible, current ones and where things may be going. But, more importantly, I think just the removal of the restrictive character limits from the regulation, combined with the ability for staff to publish the guidebook online, will really go a long way to improve the agency's ability to accommodate reporting needs that may arise in the future. And that sort of structure of the data elements in the appendix and then the guidebook published online brings it in line with other reporting regimes at the commission, and will go a long way to, even though it's impossible to completely future-proof a rule, a long way in that direction here.
How much work did we have to do, if at all? I'm just curious in terms of harmonization across other regulators, both domestically and internationally, or was this really just an internal project about how we harmonize or
This
improve
particular
our-
project was, in contrast to the swaps data reporting sort of area, this was very much a CFTC internal process.
Great. Owen, thanks again. That's all I have, and I'm going to now pass to Commissioner Johnson if she has any questions.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks so much, Owen and Vince, and everyone who's worked tremendously hard to bring this forward. Large trader reports effectuate the Commission's market and financial surveillance programs, providing information concerning the size and composition of Commission-regulated markets. In particular, those that affect or that reflect the largest positional exposures. I'm deeply thoughtful about all that you've described, and it hits home in a really unique way. Often we hear this phrase used that is presented in some instances as a criticism of regulation, asking whether or not it is fit for purpose. It is very much inspiring that the division staff or several division staff have began to explore this particular project that would remove the outdated 80-character submission standard in Regulation 17.00G and delegate authority to the Office of Data and Technology to designate a modern submission standard for reports required to be submitted in this context. I really also appreciate, Owen, the description of the desire to replace the data fields, enumerated data fields, to ensure that they are in fact fit for purpose and are better able to ensure that our regulation aligns with the motivation for adopting regulation. This is especially important in the context of, as I noted at the outset, the positions that we're talking about with respect to this regulation and the market participants that are at the core of use of these markets. I'm also deeply mindful that at the center of our existence, at the center of the motivation for the creation of the CFTC, celebrating 50 years next year, is an expectation that we're protecting market integrity and that we're offering oversight that facilitates price discovery and hedging utility of futures contracts, particularly for, as Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero mentioned at the outset of today's meeting, and thoughtful about commercial end users. I'm mindful as we sort of move through today's meeting that this is one instance in which it is very easy to stand behind and strongly support this proposed rulemaking. In the context of thinking about this rule, my staff and I thought carefully about the necessity of a proposal for modernizing large trader reports, specifically bringing forward and encouraging the adoption of the technology that's more broadly adopted across the Commission. So thinking here about the XML protocol and the extent to which it is consistent and more current in terms of regulatory practices than what currently the Commission has adopted. It was very interesting to hear and explore sort of the history and development of languages used for formatting the reports from the 80s to the 90s. I felt that I had taken some kind of course in computer coding or formatting. It's also helpful to discover that there are ways to improve the format and types of data that we receive from market participants. I don't have a specific question with respect to this rulemaking, but I do want to commend thoughtfulness around the extent to which we are developing proposals that preserve the core data that large traders report and that we collect today. I also think it's really critical and important that we're thoughtful about the extent to which data is complementary or facilitates the type of oversight that the Commission is charged by the CEA and undertakes with respect to regulation to achieve. One of the hopes that I have for the Commission during the time of my service is that we can do more of what you are proposing, which is to bring regulation forward and modernize it, and also to ensure that it is in fact fit for purpose by refining it in ways that are consistent with how and what types of data the Commission may in fact need or be able to use. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn over return the rest of my time to you.
Thanks, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero.
Good job, Owen, and thanks to everyone who worked on this. I was a teenager in the 80s. It was a great decade, I just want to say, especially the music. I don't think we'd want to get stuck, though, with the technology and the technical standards from that. All my music was on cassette tapes, and I do not have a cassette tape player in my house now. So I absolutely appreciate the need to move forward and modernize. I was going to ask a question similar to the chairman, which is sort of how do we future-proof this, as you said, Owen? Like, how do we ensure that whatever we're doing now has the flexibility that you all as a division would be able to do? So if you can just sort of discuss that, just sort of where is the flexibility in the rule that we have now, so if it changes 10 years from now, we don't have to come back?
Sure, and there is a limit, to the amount of flexibility we can build in the rules. I mean, certainly the delegation of authority only goes so far, but to the extent the form and manner can be provided in the guidebook rather than hard-coded into the regulation, it really goes to solve a lot of the problems that are happening, because this, not to have a computer punch card session right before the break, but this 80-character format that's hard-coded into the regulation right now literally means 80 characters divided in a very specific way across the data elements that are in the regulation, and so there's only so much you can do around that. But just putting that form and manner that can be delegated into a guidebook that can be adjusted over time, I think really does go a long way to solving the problems we have now, and then changes that may happen in the markets going forward.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I'm supportive of the rule. I'm just going to read a statement. At my confirmation hearing for this role, I testified, quote, if confirmed, my highest priority would be to work to ensure that markets are working well, that they are open, fair, and competitive, whether focused on hard commodities like agriculture, energy, or metals, or on the financial sector. The Commission plays a critical role in ensuring that these markets work well. That starts with the agricultural sector, the farmers, ranchers, and producers our nation depends on to put food on our tables and contribute to our nation's economic activity. For our farmers and ranchers to help drive our economy and feed the world, they need U.S. derivatives markets for risk management and price discovery. Transparency is critical to fair and orderly markets. It provides the market confidence that pricing is appropriate, reflects market fundamentals, and is free of manipulation and excessive speculation. This confidence is reflected in the fact that the Commission's Commitment of Traders report that reports position information for the largest traders in our markets is consistently the most downloaded item from our website. Market participants, news media, researchers, academia, and industry professionals use these reports to determine current trends, conduct analysis of trading patterns, and inform market strategies. The importance of these reports was highlighted when the Commission had to postpone the reports temporarily after the cyber attack on ION markets. Fair and orderly markets also requires confidence that the Commission is monitoring markets and taking strong action to promote market integrity. The Commitment of Traders report is a tool in the Commission's market surveillance program and enforcement program to deter and catch market manipulation and excessive speculation. As I have visited with our nation's farmers and producers, I have heard about their need for the Commission to protect the integrity of our markets, to ensure that prices are not artificially increased, thereby unfairly raising input costs. The Commission has a critical mission to deter and combat excess speculation and manipulation in our markets. In September, I proposed that the CFTC use its expertise in data to study whether prices in key commodity markets are being determined by market fundamentals and to root out any manipulation and excessive speculation so that families and businesses aren't forced to pay artificially increased prices. These deep dive studies would need data on the activity of the largest traders in our markets, which is the sole focus of these reporting requirements. The Commission will benefit from strengthening and modernizing this important surveillance tool, as will the public. I particularly appreciate the recognition of the need to determine positions across markets for more comprehensive data and for data quality improvements. The proposed changes would enhance the Commission's ability to identify disruptive or manipulative trading activity. For these reasons, I support the proposed rule. I thank the staff and look forward to public comment.
Thanks, Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero. We'll go to Commissioner Mercier.
Thank you, Owen, for your presentation, and also thank you for the briefing that you provided our office. Sometimes when we get these data rolls in front of us, I think it's easy to kind of our eyes gloss over and we see terms that we're not familiar with. But you and your team were very good at explaining this in a way that we could understand the purpose of these amendments. And everyone has mentioned the fact that we are kind of working off of rule set that was, been in place since 1986, and we've largely not changed this during the past 2 decades. So certainly this rule is a prime candidate for review. And I think anytime we have reporting rules where there's technology available to market participants to help report the required information, we should look for those opportunities to do those updates. And the proposal before us today will do just that, and I'm pleased to support issuing it for public comment. One thing I did want to point out, and I'll kind of ask a question around this too, is, we are asking for some new data elements that are not currently being reported. And with any reporting rule, I usually ask a question about whether or not we need this additional data. And, a lot of that is just to make sure we're not collecting information and data that's not 100% necessary, especially given the cybersecurity concerns we've mentioned here today. And so just real quick, and I think you'll have a great answer to this. Could you just walk us through just a few of some of the new data elements that are being proposed and just explain why they're being added and how that's going to help you do your job and others in the agency do their job?
Sure. Thanks, Commissioner. I appreciate that, and thank you for the question. I group the new data elements into sort of 3 broad buckets. The first category would be those data elements that are necessary to just facilitate the reporting under the new data submission standard. So these are fields such as message type or transmit date time, fields of that nature that are necessary due to the XML-based standard. Another bucket of fields would be sort of those data elements that reflect product identifying information sort of based on developments in the market. So including characteristics of new contracts that maybe weren't around in 1986 when we implemented the 80-character format. So, I mentioned multiple strikes in my opening statement. There are fields that are being added, such as cap level and floor level, that would accommodate the reporting of multiple strike levels. And so those fields are meant to accommodate those new types of contracts. And then the last sort of general bucket of new data elements relate to those transactions that go to changes in positions and give us information about why changes in positions are being made in special accounts. And so these are fields like the exchange of derivatives for related position fields, and then also the contracts bought sold fields. I will say some of these are new. Contracts bought sold is certainly new. The exchanges of derivatives for related positions, that has a history that goes back to the 80s, but it's done in sort of an aggregated manner now, and so you can't tell the difference whether a position changed because of a exchange for physicals or an exchange for risk. And so the new data elements would allow that disaggregated reporting. And so that's different fields, but like in kind, I think, to elements that we currently get.
Thank you. And I know we did talk a little bit about this early on when we had our initial briefing, and I just wanted to thank you and the team for accommodating my request to include a question around these new elements and whether or not they are kind of the necessity around them, but also the cost and burden of reporting these new elements through this amendment. But I look forward to supporting the amendments before us today.
Thank you, Commissioner Mercier. Commissioner Pham?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding this rule, I want to, of course, echo my fellow commissioners' thoughts on how important it is, as I've mentioned before, to keep our rules up to date because technology changes and the markets change. And so thank you, Owen, for you and the team's work on this important thing. This, in particular, strikes close to home for me because I've had to implement the CFTC's reporting requirements, and it is incredibly technical and involves a lot of work to program the logic to update the systems and the processes and operations around that and to test it to make sure that it works correctly. And so I am hopeful that the amount of time that we have given for implementation will give the industry enough time to implement this. So I wanted to ask about any conversations you've had or any comments, or not comments, but any conversations you've had around the time for implementation that might be necessary.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. You know, going back and reading the 1980s releases and the 2000 releases, in the 1980s, I think that 90 days was given for implementation. We've proposed a year here, and we've also proposed or intend to allow reporting parties to comply early or before that year date, so sort of to avoid that big bang or over the weekend work for implementation and to be able to test things out. Certainly, we have received some feedback from market participants. We believe the year is a reasonable amount of time to be able to implement this, but certainly we are looking forward to reading those comments around the compliance date.
Thank you for that. So I'll just make a general comment that as we deliberate today on this proposed rule to amend the Part 17 large trader reporting requirements, it is crucial to remember that, as I've said, that we should periodically update our reporting rules as needed to reflect developments in the derivatives markets and technology. But we also have to ensure that those updates do not cause any disruption to the CFTC's weekly Commitment of Traders report or to our market oversight. And in the rulemaking process, the Commission must give fair consideration to every alternative to ensure that our efforts to enhance market transparency do not unnecessarily increase the regulatory burden and costs for market participants, particularly end users who are already dealing with inflation, rising interest rates, and increased costs for inputs. I often say that we are not regulating in a vacuum, and the Commission must take into account real-world considerations and the realities of implementing significant changes to systems, operations, and processes. I'm pleased to see that this proposal reflects the concerns that I have, and in particular, I do remember punch cards. I remember finding a box of punch cards, I feel, at some point in time, and I think we might still have them in our record-keeping rule in Part 1, unless that got revised a couple years ago. So a nice little blast from the past. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Pham. Again, Owen, thank you for the presentation and all the work of DMO and DOD. And taking a step back, I think it's important. We talk a lot about details, but what we're really trying to accomplish here is to improve the data we collect and how we house it so that we can be better at our jobs, which is about market surveillance, which is about detecting fraud and manipulation, and ultimately enforcing our rules around position limits and other activity that is disruptive to our trading markets. And I think as we think about how the divisions work together in concert with our Division of Enforcement, which has been very successful, even in the recent past, in bringing multiple cases around speculative position limits, I think this is just a demonstration of how the processes we have in place are working, and they're working quite well. And we're taking efforts to improve them and not compromising or jeopardizing what our authority is and some of the operational risks we face because of legal restraint. So we'll continue to support efforts in this space And again, I think proof is in the pudding. What we're able to do as an agency and a commission from an enforcement standpoint demonstrates the work of all the divisions working together collaboratively, sharing information, and making sure that we're ensuring markets are fair, orderly, and transparent. So with that, we'll proceed to a vote on the pending motion to approve and issue the notice of proposed rulemaking on amendments to Part 17, large trader reporting requirements, as presented in the voting draft. Are the commissioners prepared to vote? As it appears the commission is ready to vote, Mr. Kirkpatrick, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion now before the commission is on the approval and issuance of the notice of proposed rulemaking on amendments to Part 17, large trader reporting requirements, as presented in the voting draft circulated to the commissioners for this meeting. Commissioner Pham.
Aye.
Commissioner Pham votes aye. Commissioner Mersinger.
Aye.
Commissioner Mersinger votes aye. Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero votes aye. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson votes aye. Chairman Behnam.
Aye.
Chairman Behnam votes aye. Mr. Chairman, on this matter, the ayes have 5, the noes have 0.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkpatrick. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and the notice of proposed rulemaking and amendments to Part 17, large trader reporting requirements is approved to be issued by the commission. I have 1:13 on my watch. We're going to take a second break, 15 minutes, as was planned. So I'd like to call for a motion to recess for 15 minutes.
So moved.
Seconded.
It's been moved and properly seconded that this meeting stand in recess for 15 minutes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Votes unanimous in favor of the motion. This meeting stands in recess for 15 minutes. We'll start back up at 1:30. Owen, thank you. Vince, thank you. Good job, DMO and DOD. All right, welcome back. We see all the commissioners have assembled again, so we'll reconvene at this time and take up the final item on today's agenda. Would like to invite staff from the Market Participants Division to make a presentation on the notice of proposed order and request for comment on a European Union non-bank swap dealer capital comparability determination. Presenting to us will be Amanda O'Lear, Director, Market Participants Division, Tom Smith, Deputy Director, MPD, Lily Bojanova, Special Counsel, MPD, and Ju Hong, Financial Risk Analyst, MPD. So with that, Amanda, maybe I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. It is a great pleasure to be here with you today. I'm joined at the table by my colleagues Tom Smith, Deputy Director, Lily Bojanova, Special Counsel, and Ju Hong, Financial Analyst, all of the Financial Requirements Branch of the Market Participants Division. I would also like to acknowledge Rafael Martinez and Justin McPhee, also of the Financial Requirements Branch, who are sitting in the front row and are available to assist with responding to your questions should the need arise. Additionally, we are joined by Natalie Markman-Radhakrishnan, Office of International Affairs, and Mark Pfeiffer, Office of General Counsel, who are available to respond to any questions that might benefit from the expertise of their respective offices. Today, MPD is recommending that the Commission approve for public comment a proposed capital comparability determination and related order preliminarily finding that non-bank swap dealers located in the EU member states of France or Germany may, subject to proposed conditions set forth in the proposed order, satisfy certain CFTC capital and financial reporting requirements by complying with comparable EU, French, or German laws and regulations as applicable. The assessment of the comparability of the swap dealer capital and financial reporting requirements of the EU with those of the Commission involves substantial staff resources. In this regard, I would also like to acknowledge the contributions provided by my colleagues in the Office of General Counsel, including Rob Schwartz, Carlene Kim, and Mark Pfeiffer, as well as the assistance provided by the Office of International Affairs, Suyash Paliwal, Mauricio Malara, Natalie Markman-Radhakrishnan, Lily Chu, and Jennifer Levin. I would further like to thank the commissioners and their legal assistants for your engagement with MPD on this matter, including your constructive comments and feedback on the proposed determination. I will now turn the presentation over to Lily, who will present to you the proposed capital comparability determination for the EU.
Thank you, Amanda. Good afternoon, Chairman Behnam, Commissioners, and colleagues. Staff in the Market Participants Division recommends that the Commission approve for public comment an application for substituted compliance with respect to the Commission's capital and financial reporting requirements, and a proposed capital comparability determination and a related order providing for substituted compliance in connection with the application, subject to certain conditions. The proposed determination and order submitted for your consideration today are a third in a series of determinations and orders proposed under Commission Regulation 23106. Regulation 23106 provides a mechanism whereby non-US, non-bank swap dealers registered with the Commission may be permitted to comply with the capital and financial reporting requirements of their home jurisdiction in lieu of the Commission's capital and financial reporting requirements, provided that the Commission finds that the applicable foreign rules are comparable to the Commission's rules. Regulation 23106 also provides that notwithstanding the Commission issuing a capital comparability determination, foreign non-bank swap dealers remain subject to the Commission's examination and enforcement authority. The first two proposed determinations related to non-bank swap dealers domiciled in Japan and Mexico. The determination proposed for your consideration today relates to non-bank swap dealers domiciled in France and Germany that are subject to the capital and financial reporting requirements of the European Union. There are currently 4 non-bank swap dealers that are registered with the Commission, which are domiciled in member states of the European Union. And these are BFA Securities Europe SA and Goldman Sachs Paris Inc. Company, domiciled in France, and Citigroup Global Markets AG and Morgan Stanley Europe SE, domiciled in Germany. We refer to those entities as EU non-bank swap dealers. All 4 of these EU non-bank swap dealers fall into a category of large firms that are required to follow a capital and financial reporting regime applicable to banks and consistent with the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision's international framework for bank capital standards. In terms of supervisory framework, 3 of the 4 entities are considered significant supervised entity based on criteria that relate to the firm's size, importance for the economy, significance of their cross-border activities. And as a result, these entities are subject to direct supervision by the European Central Bank within the single supervisory mechanism. The single supervisory mechanism refers to the system of banking supervision in the European Union. One entity, Goldman Sachs Paris Inc. Company, is a less significant supervised entity and as such is currently subject to supervision by the National Prudential Supervisory Authority in France, the ACPR. The ACPR works in close cooperation with the European Central Bank in connection with the supervision of this entity. With respect to the regulatory framework, staff in the Market Participants Division conducted comparative analysis both of European Union level requirements and of local provisions in France and Germany. And more specifically, staff has reviewed directly applicable European Union regulations that are binding law in all European Union member states, and also European directives that are standard-setting instruments and that are required to be transposed into the national law of EU member states. And in that connection, staff has also reviewed the French and German local provisions implementing these directives. Staff compared the European Union laws to the Commission's bank-based approach to capital, which is one of the 3 alternatives to computing minimum capital requirements under the Commission's rules. Both the relevant European Union rules and the Commission bank-based approach are consistent with the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision's international framework for bank capital requirements. Based on a holistic assessment, staff has preliminarily found the 2 regimes comparable, And more specifically, staff notes that both sets of rules are structured to require swap dealers to maintain an appropriate ratio of qualifying capital to the firm's risk-weighted assets. Both the European Union and the CFTC capital rules limit qualifying capital to instruments that generally represent permanent equity of the firm and subordinated debt. And finally, both the European Union and the CFTC frameworks provide the respective relevant regulatory authority with overall appropriate information to adequately supervise and enforce compliance with the capital and financial reporting requirements. While the proposed determination contains a preliminary finding of comparability, it also contains certain conditions seeking to ensure, among other things, that the Commission and the National Futures Association, or NFA, have timely access to information allowing them to properly monitor the financial condition of non-bank swap dealers. In that regard, the proposed order includes several conditions with respect to reporting, including requirements for EU non-bank swap dealers to submit monthly and annual financial reports. To the extent possible, the proposed order relies on financial reporting templates that EU non-bank swap dealers already use under the rules of their home jurisdiction. The proposed conditions would also require EU non-bank swap dealers to provide notice to the Commission and NFA if certain defined events occur, including decreases in capital, a failure to keep current financial books and records, and a failure to exchange initial and variation margin in connection with uncleared swaps or non-cleared security-based swaps exceeding certain thresholds. The proposed conditions intend to strike an appropriate balance between accepting home country reporting templates while also ensuring the information received is adequate and timely for the CFTC and NFA to be able to properly monitor the financial condition of firms. The proposed preliminary determination also requests comment on several specific questions, including with respect to the timing of filing of the regulatory notices and financial reporting by EU non-bank swap dealers. Another question for public comment relates to the Commission's requirement that swap dealers maintain a minimum capital equal to or greater than 8% of the firm's uncleared swap margin amount. The question seeks feedback on the analysis of how these requirements compared to the European requirements. If the Commission issues a final capital comparability determination and an EU non-bank swap dealer intends to rely on such determination, the EU non-bank swap dealer would have to file a notice with the Commission. The purpose of this notice is to provide staff in the Market Participants Division with an opportunity to engage with the firm and obtain representations that the firm is subject to the laws and regulations discussed in the determination and that the firm can comply with the conditions of the determination. A firm may not rely on a capital comparability determination until it receives confirmation from staff in the Market Participants Division acting pursuant to authority delegated by the Commission that the firm can apply its home country jurisdiction's capital and financial reporting requirements in lieu of the Commission's requirements. Staff recommends that the Commission approve the proposed determination and the related order for public comment with a 60-day comment period. And with that, I will conclude. Thank you, and we're happy to take any questions at this time.
Lily, thank you. That was very well done, comprehensive, and appreciate your time preparing for today. Look forward to having a dialogue. To formally open the Commission's discussion and consideration of the matter just presented by the staff, I'll now entertain a motion for the approval and issuance of the notice of proposed order and request for comment on a European Union non-bank swap dealer capital comparability determination as presented in the voting draft circulated to the Commissioners for this meeting.
So moved.
I second that.
It's been moved and probably seconded that the Commission approve the notice of proposed order and request for comment and issue it for publication. The floor is now open for the Commissioners' deliberation on this matter. I myself will take a few minutes and ask a couple questions and then turn it to Commissioner Johnson and so on in order of seniority. All four of these EU non-bank swap dealers are subject to the EU capital and financial reporting rules as implemented by the national laws of France or Germany. Today's preliminary capital comparability determination for these EU non-bank swap dealers is the third proposed order and request for comment to come before the Commission since it adopted its substituted compliance framework for non-U.S. domiciled non-bank swap dealers in July of 2020. Subject to certain conditions, I support the proposed order and request for comment on its preliminary determination that the EU non-bank swap dealers, which are subject to and comply with capital and financial reporting requirements in their respective member states, and are comparable to certain capital and financial reporting requirements under the Commodity Exchange Act and the Commission's regulations. So, Lily, I suspect this is for you, but if not, someone else at the table. 3 of the 4 non-bank swap dealers are duly registered with the SEC. So help me understand or give, I think, those who are listening a little bit of an understanding of what staff's analysis is when it pertains to duly registered U.S. swap dealers as we're thinking about EU comparability.
So you correctly point out that 3 of the 4 entities are registered as security-based swap dealers with the SEC. The SEC has also issued a comparability determinations that are relevant to swap dealers domiciled in France and Germany. We have considered these orders, but we've conducted our own analysis and comparison of the EU laws and reached our own conclusion. Ultimately, our outcome is the same. Both the SEC and we proposed and they issued the final determination that contains a positive finding of comparability. The SEC orders have some specific conditions that relate to the fact that the SEC capital requirements are liquidity-based. So these requirements go beyond what we require under the proposed order, and therefore firms that are dually registrants would have to comply both with the SEC requirements and with our requirements if the Commission proceeds with issuing this determination. But more specifically with respect to financial reporting, the proposed order provides flexibility to dual registrants to file copies of the focus reports that they are required to file with the SEC instead of preparing a separate report for the Commission's purposes. So in this regard, it's a certain flexibility for at least 3 of the entities and would help comparison of these reports.
Thanks, Lily. Second question, and this will be my final one. You mentioned the ECB oversees 3 of the 4 banks, and then the ACPR in France oversees the 4th of the non-bank swap dealers. You use the phrase significantly supervised as at least one condition or criteria, I assume, for the ECB supervision as opposed to the ACPR. Is there anything else in the supervision structure that the Commission should know regarding both the ECB and the local national supervisor beyond this significant supervision standard?
Maybe just to clarify, so the criteria of significance are set forth by regulation. If a firm meets these criteria, it will be subject to direct supervision by the ECB. In this case, the ECB would conduct supervision through the so-called joint supervisory teams that are composed of members of the ECB and members of the National Supervisory Authority. But the important point is that in this situation, the ECB would have all the powers and responsibilities that competent authorities would normally have under European law in connection with capital and financial reporting requirements, because this is focused on prudential supervision. Also, the ECB may decide to, at any time, to supervise the so-called less significant supervised entity if the ECB determines that such supervision is necessary in order to apply the standards in a more consistent manner. So it's not excluded that the less significant supervised entity may find itself under ECB supervision. There is one category of entities that are in the European Union that are subject to the prudential requirements established by the Capital Requirements Regulation and the Capital Requirements Directive that we've discussed in the proposed determination, that do not meet the financial thresholds to be licensed as credit institutions, as some of the entities do. And so for this category of firms, they would always be subject to supervision by the local authority. But none of the four is in this particular case.
Thank you, Lily. That was very helpful. Okay, that's all for me. Thanks again to the team for that, the great work. And I'll turn now to Commissioner Johnson if she has any questions.
Thanks so much, Chair. Thank you all for presenting, and thanks so much for sharing, being so open and responsive to the questions we've asked ahead of today's meeting and this afternoon as well. I have a little bit of a statement and then a couple of quick questions, but as you noted, Lily, this is sort of the third in a series of such proposals, and so part of the series of questions I have after the short statement really goes right to that point. So and often I will say this very quickly, we have folks listening in the audience, and my thoughts in terms of even articulating a question really begin with describing the context in which the question arises. All information that you all are all too intimately familiar with, and everyone on the dais as well, but worth acknowledging for those who are joining us virtually or in person who may not be as familiar. Section 4SE of the CEA directs the Commission to impose capital requirements on all swap dealers registered with the Commission. Section 4SF of the CEA directs the Commission to adopt rules imposing financial condition reporting obligations on all swap dealers. The Commission's capital and financial reporting requirements adopted pursuant to these sections of the CEA are critical to ensuring the safety and soundness of our markets by addressing and managing risks that arise from a firm's operation as a swap dealer. Ensuring necessary levels of capital, as well as accurate and timely reporting about financial conditions, helps to protect swap dealers and the broader financial market ecosystem from shocks, thereby ensuring solvency and resiliency. This, in turn, protects the financial system as a whole, reducing the risk of contagion that could arise from uncleared swaps. Financial reporting requirements work with capital requirements by allowing the Commission to monitor and assess a swap dealer's financial condition, including compliance with minimum capital requirements, as you noted, Lily. The Commission uses the information to receive the Commission uses the information it receives pursuant to these requirements to detect potential risks before they materialize. I support acknowledging market participants' compliance with the regulations of foreign jurisdictions when those requirements lead to an outcome that is comparable to the outcome of complying with the CFTC's corresponding requirements. Notwithstanding our issuance of the proposed order, the covered swap dealers domiciled in France and Germany would remain subject to the Commission's examination and enforcement authority. Capital adequacy and financial reporting are pillars of risk management oversight for any business, and for firms operating in our markets, it is of the utmost importance that rules governing these risks specifically, are subject to risk management tools that are effectively calibrated, continuously assessed, and fit for purpose. I commend the work of the division staff, the Market Participants Division, under the direction of Amanda O'Lear. I want to thank you all for all of your hard work in moving the third in this series of proposed orders along. I have a very quick question regarding the specific discussion in this proposed order or the reference in this draft that relates to negotiating MOUs or other information sharing arrangements with relevant national competent authorities in the EU. Is there something you can share with us by way of an update? Or in the absence of such an agreement, the draft determination proposes to rely on non-bank SDs to notify the Commission of an action by EU regulators. Is that a correct reading of what we find? I have a follow-on question, but want to let you answer that first.
Sure, thank you. There isn't currently a memorandum of understanding related to the supervision of swap dealers with either the ECB or the French ACPR. However, we've been in discussions with both the ECB and the ACPR. We conducted conversations where we described our process for issuing a substituted compliance determination, and we initiated discussions about the potential information sharing agreement. We recognize that such an agreement may facilitate the exchange of information with the authorities, and we found the conversations we've had so far productive. Currently, in the absence of a memorandum of understanding, as you correctly point out, we propose to rely on information provided by the firm. You're correct when you say that one of the proposed conditions is that the firm informs the Commission and NFA if it receives notice of the local regulator that they are not in compliance with the financial or reporting requirements. We also propose a condition that that the firm informs the Commission and NFA if the local regulator imposes certain additional requirements, capital or liquidity requirements. And this is why it's so important that for a firm to be able to rely on the compliance determination, they would have to notify us, and we would have to obtain representations that the firm is in a position to comply with the proposed conditions.
Thanks, Lily. So this question may be one that I'll share with the panel because I can appreciate that some of you may have worked on the earlier proposals in the series, proposed orders in the series, but perhaps not. I'm just thoughtful as we move across this series of comparability determinations, if there are learnings or some type of experience with respect to approaching these questions and implementing the orders that we should be thoughtful about, that may be impacting our process, some things that we are better able to navigate as a result of having successfully at least proposed two. I know that they are really close in time to the current proposal, so there may still be yet a ways to go before we could really draw any truly useful lessons, but if there is something that's useful, it'd be great to hear.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think with respect to the capital itself, what we're finding is that across the different non-U.S. jurisdictions, they are following a Basel-based approach. I think where we're seeing issues that we may have to deal with as we go to a final determination and order is in the area of reporting, and mostly due to timing. Because they're operating in different jurisdictions, they have different home country sort of deadlines for filing monthly or quarterly reporting, and we're trying to look at that. It would be great if we can harmonize that, but to the extent that information is available in one jurisdiction earlier than others, I think we would rather get information earlier as well. So we're looking at that relative to the domestic requirements and also on the international basis, and there is some difference with respect to timing, not necessarily to the content. It's similar. They're giving, for what we're asking for with respect to capital schedules, et cetera, balance sheets, that's all relatively standardized.
That's really helpful. Thanks so much, Tom.
Thanks, Commissioner Johnson. We'll go to Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero.
Yeah, I wanted to just follow up on what Commissioner Johnson was raising about this MOU and or some kind of agreement. This is something, Commissioner Johnson, I've been talking about for a long time, and I know that Amanda and Tom, we've talked about this, just the need. We want to make sure that there's a like-minded foreign regulator in terms of how they approach supervision and enforcement and all of that. So I think you answered the question with her, and so I just want to emphasize that is a very live issue for me too. I know it might not be possible to get MOUs with everyone, but to have communication early and often, as we've talked about for the others, is going to be really important. I also had the exact same question the chairman had about the SEC. and the differences there, and in terms of their liquidity-based requirements versus ours and the flexibility. So I see here that we're doing what we did with Japan and Mexico, which is maintaining our requirement for the minimum 20 million in common equity tier 1, which is the highest quality of capital. This is something I care about greatly, and so I don't know who may want to address this, but if you could just explain why that is such high quality capital, and why we are the importance of that capital.
Maybe I can start. So you correctly point out that non-bank swap dealers under Commission's rules are required to maintain a minimum capital in the amount of $20 million in the form of common equity tier 1 capital. This requirement was adopted because the Commission considered that non-bank swap dealers play such an important role in the financial markets that there must be a requirement that is stated as a fixed dollar amount and doesn't fluctuate with the swap dealing activity. It's important that it must be met with common equity tier 1 capital because this is the most committed and permanent form of capital, and it's the most efficient in terms of loss absorption. The European rules also contain a minimum fixed amount requirement for non-bank swap dealers that need to get licensed as a credit institution, but that requirement is only of 5 million euros, which is significantly less than the Commission's requirement, and this is why we propose to impose the equivalent of $20 million in common equity tier 1 in order to achieve comparability.
No, I very much appreciate that, and I always think in these settings, when these determinations come up, that we have to not just think about those swap dealers that are applied to today, but who could come into the future to allow us to set up a determination that would work well for the future.
And Commissioner, I'll just add, in addition to the basic 20 million, which every dealer will need to have both under the current rules for domestic entities as well as what we're proposing in the determinations for the foreign jurisdictions, and we fully agree the common equity tier 1 capital is the strongest from the perspective of being a permanent form of capital and available, last in line to any distribution. It is also the majority component under the risk-weighted asset approach when we look at the 10.5% or 8% requirement. And as you know, in the U.S., it's 6.5% of that needs to be common equity tier 1 capital. So we agree.
Yeah, let me stick on that because this was the next question I was going to go to, which is the proposal is would use the EU risk-weighted asset, which is as you said, the 8% as we have, then the 2.5% buffer, but then is it that it's a greater part of that is common equity tier 1 than ours, or is it just the 2.5% buffer?
Under the EU rule, 4.5% of the core capital. So the first step is you have to have 8% of your risk-weighted assets. 4.5% of that is common equity tier 1 capital requirement. Then in addition to that is the capital conservation buffer of 2.5%, which has to be separate from what's used for core capital. So it's an additional, so it'll add up to a total of 7%.
Okay. And can you talk about the risk that our rule is intended to address there?
With respect to the risk-weighted assets? Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
The risk-weighted assets are looking at both on-balance sheet and off-balance sheet exposures of the enterprise. And in doing that, it weights those risks. So risks that are deemed to have higher risk have a higher risk weight, and those that have lower perceived risk are subject to a lower risk weight requirement. So, and the way of computing that is done either through a standardized approach if the firm does not have model approval, or it could be done through modeling.
Thank you for that. And then turning to the EU does not have a similar capital rule to our rule on uncleared margin. Can you talk more about the risks that our uncleared margin rule addresses first, and then how you found the foreign rule to be comparable?
I can probably start. So under the commission bank-based approach, non-bank swap dealers have to maintain capital equal to or greater than 8% of the uncleared swap margin amount, and that's a term that is defined. This requirement was designed to cover, among other goals, operational, legal, and liquidity risks. The EU rules do not have the exact equivalent, but the EU rules have other aspects that address liquidity and operational risk, and legal risk is included in their definition of operational risk. For instance, in terms of liquidity, the EU rules require EU non-bank swap dealers to maintain an amount of liquid assets sufficient to cover expected payment obligations for a period of 30 days under stressed conditions. They also have another requirement that is called the stable funding requirement, and that requirement mandates non-bank swap dealers to have sufficient amount of stable funding instruments, and that's another defined term, in order to cover their long-term obligations under both normal and stressed conditions. And so these are specific liquidity requirements. They are in addition to a more general requirement to maintain policies and procedures to identify and address liquidity risk, which is similar to what the Commission has as a requirement under Regulation 23/600. But our Commission doesn't have such specific liquidity requirements. Also, operational risk is addressed a little differently under the European rules. EU non-bank swap dealers are required to calculate a separate exposure amount for operational risk as part of the total exposure amount, which is the total amount of risk-weighted assets. And they are required to calculate this exposure amount in all circumstances, whether they use a standardized approach or a model-based approach to calculate the requirements. Whereas under the Commission's rules, non-bank swap dealers would calculate such operation risk exposure amount only if they use credit risk models, and not all firms do. So where the uncleared the minimum requirement based on the uncleared swap margin amount intends to address operational and liquidity risk, the EU rules address the same risk through a different specific requirements. And our preliminary analysis found that they are comparable in that aspect, but there's a question included seeking feedback on this specific aspect.
And Commissioner, I'll just add, with respect to the uncleared swaps margin, it's not just a requirement under the bank holding company approach, it's also under the net liquid asset and tangible net worth. And that was, when looking at the diverse set of entities that were originally registering with the Commission, the different types of business operations that they did, the Commission agreed that an acceptable approach was to provide the three different methodologies for computing capital. But one thing that was a common across all three was the uncleared swaps margin. It gave away, all the firms were dealers at the end of the day, and that's why they had to register. So it gave us a chance to have a common way of looking at minimum capital requirements across the three different categories of dealers. And then with respect to the bank holding approach and its determination, as Lily just explained, many of the risks and that it was intended to pick up are captured in the risk-weighted assets. So where in our bank holding company approach, the risk-weighted assets don't necessarily pick up the same grouping or additional items of such as operational risk in all instances and other types of risk that are picked up in the EU approach. And we're seeing that in some other jurisdictions as well. It's a different approach to it.
Yeah, I very much appreciate that. I'm going to look forward to public comment on that. I'm going to do a very shortened part of my statement. Our capital rules are a critical pillar of the Dodd-Frank Act reforms. We must ensure that our comparability assessments are sound and do not increase risk to U.S. markets. The CFTC's capital framework for swap dealers heeds the lessons of the 2008 financial crisis as to financial stability risks presented by undercapitalized financial institutions. That's why Congress mandated that the Commission establish capital requirements to promote the resilience of swap dealers and protect the U.S. financial system. Substituted compliance must leave U.S. markets at no greater risk than full compliance with our rules. The Commission has to proceed cautiously, given the importance of capital to financial stability, the complexity of capital frameworks, as we've just heard, the interconnected nature of global derivatives markets, and the speed of contagion in the global financial system. The substitute compliance framework must result in the application of capital rules that are legitimately a substitute for the capital protections provided by U.S. law, which is what my questions were designed to address. But we also require a like-minded foreign regulator with comparable supervision and enforcement, which is something we talked about and Commissioner Johnson was raising as to our communication with the foreign regulators. Our substituted compliance decision should not allow for regulatory arbitrage for swap dealers to escape strong U.S. capital rules, a situation that could erode Dodd-Frank Act post-crisis reforms. As you all know, I served as the Special Inspector General for the Troubled Asset Relief Program, and the fact that all 4 swap dealers at issue today are affiliated with the largest TARP recipients is a good reminder of what is at stake in terms of risk. One of the most important conditions is that the Commission continue to require compliance with the CFTC's minimum capital requirement of $20 million in Common Equity Tier 1, as we spoke. However, the Commission proposes to permit compliance with the EU capital rules that are not necessarily anchored by a threshold percentage of uncleared swap margin as the CFTC requires. I appreciate the conversation today with you, Lily, and Tom on that, and you're talking about that the EU capital rules address liquidity and operational risks as well as the other risks that arrive from derivative exposures through other mechanisms. So I look forward to public comment on the comparability of the approaches, and I'm happy to support the determination.
Thanks, Commissioner. Now turn to Commissioner Mercinger.
Thank you, and I'm going to keep this very short since I think I definitely abused my time limit earlier in the meeting, but please don't regard my short statement as meaning that I have any less appreciation or respect for the work that went into this, because I know these are labor intensive and take a lot of time, and certainly appreciate all the work the staff does to get this to the proposal and eventually to the finish line. And I'm just going to reiterate what I said when we've considered prior proposals, that our markets are global, and international cooperation and mutual recognition of comprehensive, comparable home country regulations are essential. And the order that we're considering today reflects obviously countless hours of work. And so I just wanted to say a quick thank you to MPD staff for all of their time and attention to this, and for providing information and briefings to staff and commissioners to make sure that we fully understand what the proposal is doing. And I look forward to seeing more of these determinations. I don't have any questions per se on the proposal, and not as much of a question as just something to note. I'm pretty sure Lily gave her entire presentation from memorization. I'm not sure I saw you look at your notes, and that is really impressive. As someone who has been tripping over the words written on paper all morning long, I would love to have your skill set in memorizing and delivering a presentation that's that technical and complicated without having to really look at your notes. So nice work on that.
Thanks, Commissioner Mercinger, and turn to Commissioner Pham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again to the staff. It's been a pleasure to work with you on these comparability determinations over the past year, and I really appreciate your taking my feedback into account, which was why I will be pleased to change my previous concurrences to my full support. I will go ahead and provide a little bit of a short statement that I had prepared. So, to take everybody back down memory lane, in order to implement Title VII of the Dodd-Frank Act and create a comprehensive regulatory framework for over-the-counter derivatives markets, the CFTC promulgated rules for the registration of swap dealers in 2012. Since that time, the Commission has issued dozens of rules for the oversight of swap dealers and their activities. Because swaps markets are global and involve cross-border transactions, and both U.S. and non-U.S. swap dealers must register with the CFTC, the Commission has also made 12 comparability determinations in order to provide for substituted compliance for non-U.S. swap dealers with home jurisdiction regulations that are comparable and comprehensive. And as I said in my opening statement, this is decidedly unglamorous work, and I thank you all and the other divisions for the very, very long hours that you have put into and the international engagement that you've had with both regulators and market participants to prepare and produce these comparability determinations. I also note that this is our third proposed comparability determination after Japan and Mexico, and that the UK is going to be addressed next. The importance of substituted compliance and these comparability determinations for the global swaps markets cannot be overstated. As noted by IOSCO in its 2019 report on market fragmentation and cross-border regulation under the Japanese presidency of the G20, unintended market fragmentation can be harmful to wholesale securities and derivatives markets. Despite its flaws and inauspicious beginnings, the CFTC's 2013 cross-border guidance is the foundation for today's $600 trillion notional swaps markets that spans the globe from one financial markets trading hub to another, New York to London, Paris, Frankfurt, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Singapore, and beyond. The Commission and its staff have labored for the past 10 years to improve upon the cross-border guidance and promote international regulatory harmonization through substituted compliance to comparability determinations, rulemakings, guidance, advisories, and no-action letters. These efforts have helped to address features and indicators of market fragmentation set forth in the IOSCO 2019 report, such as multiple liquidity pools in market sectors or for instruments of the same economic value, which reduces depth and may reduce firms' abilities to diversify or hedge their risks and result in similar assets quoted at significantly different prices. Reduction in cross-border flows that would otherwise occur to meet demand, increased costs to firms in both risks and fees, and potential scope for regulatory arbitrage or hindrance of effective market oversight. So I am pleased that the Commission is finishing what it started back in 2012 by taking these steps to complete comparability determinations necessary to providing a substituted compliance regime over the whole of the CFTC swaps regulation. As I have stated before, global collaboration and coordination are critical to promoting regulatory cohesion and financial stability and mitigating market fragmentation and systemic risk. I continue to believe that the CFTC should take an outcomes-based approach to substituted compliance that promotes efficient global markets and preserves access for U.S. persons to other markets. In particular, I encourage the Commission, its staff, and our regulatory counterparts around the world to adhere to the recommendations in IOSCO's 2020 report on good practices on processes for deference, which was developed to provide solutions to the challenges and drivers of market fragmentation. Sensitive, transparent, cooperative, and sufficiently flexible. When used appropriately, substituted compliance can take a balanced approach on a order basis. 2, maintaining appropriate levels of market participant protection. And 3, managing systemic risks. I commend the staff for striking the appropriate balance in this proposed order and request for comment on a comparability determination for EU non-bank swap dealer capital and financial reporting requirements. I encourage the public to comment on this and to especially note any areas where the proposed conditions may be unnecessarily burdensome, create operational complexity, or present implementation challenges. For example, I appreciate that the staff worked with me on the conditions for notice requirements. So as you may recall, during the last 2 open meetings, I had raised some questions around what would the notice requirements, particularly the timing requirement, be around certain defined events such as undercapitalization or breaches of capital levels. Generally, the proposal states that written notice to the CFTC and the NFA is required within 24 hours of when the firm, quote, knows or should have known, end quote, of the defined event. I am pleased that this proposal solves the guessing game and now makes clear that the, quote, should have known part of the timing standard for the filing of the proposed notice is, quote, intended to cover facts and circumstances that should reasonably lead the firm to believe that the defined event has occurred. This additional clarity will allow EU non-bank swap dealers to implement reasonably designed notification processes to comply with the proposed conditions. In addition, I thank the staff for providing more clarity in response to my feedback on conditions for written notice within 24 hours to the CFTC and NFA if a EU non-bank swap dealer fails to maintain current books and records. I am pleased that this proposal now makes clear that the proposed notice requirement applies to books and records with respect to the EU non-bank swap dealer's financial condition and financial reporting requirements, such as, quote, current ledgers or other similar records regarding asset, liability, income, expense, and capital accounts, quote, in accordance with the accounting principles accepted by the relevant competent authorities. Without this substantive clarification, the proposed notice requirement could have been so overbroad as to require 24 hours written notice to the CFTC and NFA for any failure to maintain books and records. The Commission could have been inundated by a nonstop deluge of written notices for record-keeping lapses, no matter how immaterial. Again, I thank the staff very much for your partnership with me and my office and for all your hard work, and there's only one more left. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Pham. Having heard from each of the commissioners, if there's no further discussion or debate. Sure.
I wanted to raise one thing, and I appreciate Commissioner Pham. When she raised that notice provision last time, that was something that I cared about too, to try to make something that was workable, which goes to the larger point in Commissioner Johnson raising the MOU issue. Just generally to the staff, just because you hear something from one commissioner does not mean that other commissioners don't care about that issue too. I know sometimes you're trying to figure out how things are going to go, but we do talk to each other, and more importantly, we listen to each other. And there's a lot of good points that are made by all my colleagues that I will always listen to, and in many instances agree with. And so I appreciate the collaboration with the chairman and my fellow commissioners, and also with the staff as we try to get to something that's the best we can get, but that is strong and sound, but is also workable. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman.
Actually, for my second round comments, thank you, Mr. Chairman, I want to echo what Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero has said, because I meant to thank both Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero as well as the other commissioners, and especially the staff, for working with my office on my extensive comments to the advance notice of proposed rulemaking for the risk management program requirements for swap dealers and FCMs. Again, having lived inside and out of that rule for many, many years, it was important to me that we ended up in a good place. I appreciated the thought put into it by my fellow commissioners, and I especially appreciate all of the many drafts back and forth that we did together very late at night.
Thank you. We'll proceed to a vote on the pending motion to approve and issue the notice of proposed order and request for comment on a European Union non-bank swap dealer capital comparability determination as presented in the voting draft. Are the commissioners prepared to vote? As it appears the commission is ready to vote, Mr. Kirkpatrick, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion now before the commission is on the approval and issuance of the notice of proposed order and request for comment on a European Union non-bank swap dealer capital comparability determination as presented in the voting draft circulated to the commissioners for this meeting. Commissioner Pham.
Aye.
Commissioner Pham votes aye. Commissioner Mersinger.
Aye.
Commissioner Mersinger votes aye. Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero votes aye. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson votes aye. Chairman Behnam.
Aye.
Chairman Behnam votes aye. Mr. Chairman, on this matter, the ayes have 5, the noes have 0.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkpatrick. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and the notice of proposed order and request for comment on a European Union non-bank swap dealer capital comparability determination is approved to be issued by the Commission. So special thanks to Amanda, Tom, Lily, Ju, and recognize our friends in the back row, Justin, Raphael, Mark, and Natalie. And this was a multi-divisional effort, as Amanda pointed out, not only MPD, but OIA, and of course OCE, and as always, OGC. So I want to thank everyone for their work on this. So with that, if you guys just wait another couple minutes, we have completed the planned agenda items for this meeting and believe we're ready for closing remarks. So I'm going to begin with Commissioner Pham, if she has any closing remarks, and then we'll end with me.
I thank the chairman, my fellow commissioners, all the staff at the CFTC, especially our facilities staff who have helped to put together this meeting, and particularly the secretariat. And thank you for bringing us to close on time.
Commissioner Mercier.
Thank you. Echoing everything Commissioner Pham said, and I'm actually going to quote my daughter here and say, "No one cares what you have to say when we are hungry." And with that, I will conclude.
Commissioner Goldsmith-Romero.
She's so funny. She makes me laugh all the time. Thank you to everyone, all the staff in all the offices and divisions for helping us. I find it very, very helpful when we sit in deliberation in closed meetings, but I also think it's very necessary to do it too in public meetings. And so I appreciate all those who are watching and all those who will give public comment. It's a necessary part of our rulemaking process, and here our global harmonization and coordination. Thank you, Chairman, for your leadership and for putting these matters on the agenda.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
So thanks so much, Mr. Chairman, and to my fellow commissioners and to all the division staff that presented today. You did an exceptional job. I can only imagine how much work, time, and preparation went into thinking about all the questions that we've shared with you over the course of a number of drafts, conversations, meetings, and then just preparing for today's presentation. So thank you for that. Your professionalism shines through, and we are forever grateful for how careful and thoughtful you are about the work that you execute. It really is not just a pleasure and a privilege for us, but it really is a tremendous service to financial markets and to the economy more broadly. My little guy is in his second Little League playoff game this afternoon, and I just felt like I'd share a few words in closing, thinking about sort of things related to their preparation for the game or things I've heard their coach say. I did hear their coach say, encouraging them, that you can't always expect to knock the ball out of the park, but he also said you have to make up your mind and know what you mean to do when you step inside the box. And he said when you step inside the box, you got to mean to do some damage. In Little League Baseball, that often means avoiding being hit by a baseball. It doesn't necessarily actually mean contact between the bat and the ball. It could mean contact between the player and the ball. Lots of things there. As often as there is a successful contact, there are tears. Admittedly, my little guy is among those who has been injured several times and only really successful pulling off a Little League home run, which means you either got hit by the ball or you walked and then you made your way to home base. But we're excited, hopefully, about how things will go for them. And that is paralleled by the enthusiasm I have for the team that I get to work with here at the CFTC. I am tremendously grateful. It is a privilege and an honor to have had the opportunity to serve in this role. And I will forever, for the remainder of my career, be grateful for the moments that we have spent time doing the hard work that we're doing in this context, and for the many ways that it will carry over. Earlier today was mentioned several times that MRAC, through its service and support under the leadership of Chair Behnam, helped to seed proposals that are ultimately, in the context of this meeting, a final rule and proposed rules in other contexts. I just want to say in advance that that also is a place where my service has been tremendously heartfelt, and I look forward to seeing that group in just a few weeks, actually almost a month from today, in this room or virtually. So thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to everyone who presented today. Hopefully we can get some lunch or whatever meal comes between this hour and dinner. Thanks so much, Chairman.
Thanks, Commissioner Johnson. And I just want to thank all of you, my colleagues, for participating, being productive, helpful, and really helping bridge gaps, produce better product and I think make the agency and the rules that we implement stronger, and ultimately this agency one of the best in the world. So thanks to all of you. I want to thank, of course, the team from MPD, OIA, OGC, OCE, DCR that we heard from earlier, DMO, and of course DOD. A lot of individuals participated to make today happen, and so successfully. We appreciate all that work. Mr. Secretariat, thank you for your work. And I'm going to take the chairman's privilege and recognize an individual at the state level who recently resigned, Joe Borg. He was the director of the Alabama Securities Commission, and he retired after 30 years of service to the state of Alabama. Mr. Borg also served 3 terms as president of NASA, the National Association of State Securities Administrators. And Joe's tenure in Alabama and service to NASA in multiple roles exemplifies the best of public service, which we all can appreciate. Joe's been a longtime partner to the CFTC, helping spearhead many enforcement actions that protect investors across our country. And as I often say, our state regulators serve a critical role in protecting the public interest in financial markets. In a most literal sense, they are the boots on the ground across our great country. And Joe is one of the great leaders to help all regulators at the local, state, and federal level. So he will be missed, but we wish him and his family a well-deserved retirement. And I will end with congratulating Commissioner Mersinger on her recent renomination. The commission will be well served with her here many, many years ahead. So thank you and congratulations. So if there's no other commission business, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Those in favor of the motion to adjourn the meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. This meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everyone.